Oh, I gotta pop out the YouTube chat. All right. So YouTube is live now. For the VOD, and for people who are curious at the beginning of this VOD watching on YouTube, here is our plan for the day. Number one, happy Friday, or Friday, as we call it over on Twitch. The plan. I'm really liking Matt Pocock's architecture skill. It found some really good insights and things to fix about just making the code base less sloppy. So we're probably going to turn it loose on like all the other stuff that we vibe coded up to. Next, I think we're also at the point where we want to pivot from GSD to OpenSpec. Number one, because GSD is just shit in the bed. And I want to follow up and learn how to use OpenSpec, because then maybe once I've done the OpenSpec thing, I could make a YouTube video about my learning around these orchestration tools and what I think they're good at and blah, blah, blah. I think it'd be fun. Why not? Maybe make a YouTube video. We'll see. And the next thing, we're going to see how well BMAD does with a more sprint-focused flow. The main goal is, yes, we did a bunch of like initial architecting using BMAD, and that got us 5 full sprints or epics worth of stuff. But how well does it go with like adding a new epic and working through it and then fine-tuning, and then maybe like pull requests and bugs fixes on our own, and then boom, another epic, right? Like, how do we track and keep some of that? I don't know for sure. Because we definitely have more stuff we got to do with it, because it's missing a whole bunch of like the dashboard stuff we would need as we started investigating it yesterday. So we got a lot of work to do, and it's a good solid Friday. Probably bust out one of them mezcals later. We'll give it a couple hours though. But I am looking forward to just vegging out all weekend. If I can wake up early enough and I don't feel like bed rotting tomorrow or Sunday, I might go hit up the driving range. There's one close by. I only did one of the mezcals. I didn't feel like mixing it up, so I just finished this one. So we'll bust into number 2 today. And yeah, like they're all right for like straight sipping. I think the tequila we got is a much better just like straight sipper. With water though, the mezcals have a little more like nuance to their flavor, which is kind of nice. So heavily watered down, I think I like the mezcals a bit more. But just no water at all, that tequila is amazing. Like I would put this above Don Julio myself, right? This Lalo tequila, I would put this above Don Julio. For sure. Which means it's definitely better than Patron. Do I enjoy beer? I only like, it's hard to describe. I have a favorite beer. It's a Northwest Pale Ale. It's Red Chair by Deschutes Brewery. That's my favorite beer. And then I like a good just, I don't know how to phrase this. I like a hoppy, kind of like sour IPA, but I don't like hazy IPAs. And there's definitely like a limit to the hoppiness. Like there's Lush by Elysian Brewery that tastes like you're drinking a flower, you know? I think they also have one called like Jasmine IPA that's like drinking a flower too. So I'm not a fan of those. Even though I am a big fan of Jasmine. She knows who she is. Jasmine Rice is fantastic. The Jasmine I know, fantastic. The Jasmine beer from Elysian, meh. Jasmine from Aladdin, fantastic. You know, shit. Anyway, let's keep going. All right. I think we're ready. We're launched. Let's start looking at where we left off. Alrighty, alrighty. You really don't like soapy beers that you often get in the UK. So you like a Hefeweizen style. I don't know what the difference between a Weizen and a Hefeweizen is, actually. But yeah, hop forward or a good stout is your go-to. Yeah, I don't know if I've really had a good stout before. I know I've tried some stouts and I've tried some porters. I used to work at Timberline Lodge in Oregon, and what was the name of it? I think it's just like the Mount Hood Brewing Company beers, right? Mount Hood Brewing Company, government camp. Yeah. So yes, basically they own the Mount Hood Brewing Company, and yeah, I used to live in that building actually. Hold on, I used to live in this building, over in these apartments here. Right, it's really just like 3 apartments, 1, 2, and 3. I lived in this one and this one, like ages ago. I fucking hate the smell of brewing beer. It's gross. It is so gross. And yeah, I worked in the brew pub for a while as well. But anyway, what beers do they have? Yeah, Cloud Cap is their amber. It's a good one. Ice Axe is another really solid one. I don't remember these two. I thought there were more. Did they get rid of the porter? No way. Okay, no. Yeah, Malter Porter. Yeah, that one was all right. I must have had the Hogsback before, but the Porter's like a little too smoky or something. Like I don't know how to phrase it. I did not like the Porter. Like maybe too malty. I guess that's the flavor. I just didn't like it. Cloud Cap's a solid one, and Ice Axe is a good one too. But yes, because I was working there, I could get some free ones every once in a while. It was nice. It was very nice. But okay, so let's get to some coding stuff. All right, so we've got one more thing that this wanted us to do, right? There's one more regression or whatever. Dash verbose per fixture output. Restore run progress callback. Yes. Tackle that. Sure. You did a brewery tour at Flensburg. Smelt like an old man's yeasty foot. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, brewing beer smells super gross. Like, disgusting. It's crazy how the result can be so delicious sometimes. But yeah, anyone got any plans for the weekend or anything? Yeah, while that's working, let's look at some other stuff. Okay, so did we push this up? Yes. How about this one? This is action required. Shit. All right, so we had GPT-5 do some stuff. Oh yeah. Honestly, I could have done all that stuff myself, but that's fine. Yeah, no, we don't care about it. All right, so you did the work. Thanks, Codex. Let's look at the GitHub repos we care about. All right, so auto research session 3 is kicking off there. How is this one? Did it blend? No. Hold on. Ah. I might not be aware of what Gix is, or is that just a typo? And what's the benefit of that? Oh, Gix is Git Oxide. Yeah. The Git implementation that you all build upon, and that's written in Rust, right? Interesting. Yeah, so we're still using libgit 2 in a couple places, but we've actually started pivoting to just using the Git that the user has installed. Yeah, that's interesting to me. I'm going to share that with the team. Um, yeah, no, that's good feedback. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, that's good feedback too. Is that something you guys are planning on like adding for them, or is it just not? Like, how much do you guys contribute back to the Gix code base? I'm curious about that. Oh, you pay the Git Oxide maintainer full time. That makes more sense. That makes sense. Oh, and yeah, we can allow that. Yeah, happy Friday, mofos. For sure, man. And then, yeah, War, your weekend plan is some walking and cooking some dinner for your dad and sister and watching a movie. Nice. And yeah, Caleb, hold on. You might have missed it. Unbuffed asked, which breweries did you go visit? Was that Hanson's? Okay, so yeah, we had some benchmarks that still need to run there. So we can't do anything too much with those. This is still kind of like working and churning. So yes, that was the end of that album though. Let's get another one. Let's do something a little crunchy. Oh, it was literally called Flensburger. Oh, okay. Most Danes do. Well, at least the Great Danes do. I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke. It was bad and I should feel bad. Oh, Caleb, yeah, most breweries actually do the flip top bottle thing, especially because that makes them reusable. So, at least here in the US, when you're buying one of those with like the reusable cap, they call them growlers. And I think usually it's because it's like 20 ounces or more. It's not quite a 40 ouncer though. I think they call the growlers the 20s. All right, so that's kicking. We got Cuneiform here doing its thing. We created the README. Cool, 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 cool. We'll close that for now. All right, so then the notes file. Too many unnecessary notes. Yeah, too many unnecessary notes. One second. Oh, and I'm looking at the wrong chat there. I'm glad I didn't try and paste anything. In the EU, Growler is reserved for over a liter. These are little bottles. Got it. Yeah, maybe Growler is Growler size beer. Oh, never mind. 64 ounces. Oh shit. Yeah, that's way more than I thought. I feel like I've seen. I guess they were 32. Yeah, I don't remember him being this big. Yeah, I don't know. I do know they gave you a discount if you brought in the growler to like reuse it though. And then Cody, thanks for the responses earlier this week. I was probably a little drunk. I was probably a little drunk. Was it Tuesday? I don't think I overdid it on Monday, but it was probably overdone on Tuesday. Because it was Cinco de Mayo. But yeah. I'm just gonna double check, Cody. It was probably where you came in like asking about like the industry or something, and I was like, yeah. Could you ask a question regarding the coding industry? And I hate those fucking questions. Yeah. So yeah. Well, no, we didn't finish the bottle. Maybe you were thinking about. Hold on, what day was it? Let me double check. It might have been last Friday. Is it the tequila? Yeah. If it's the tequila, yeah. It was Cinco de Mayo for sure. I only did half the bottle, but granted, it's a big bottle. It's like a full liter, so we did a half liter. It was a lot of tequila. We finished the bottle of margarita mix. Maybe that's what you were seeing. But yeah, man, no, I think that's the mentality you need as a dev. You shouldn't need to ask me about the industry. You should be able to look it up and make a decision, right? And my guess is, at least for most people, that they have looked it up, but when I challenge them, they end up lying and saying I'm the first person they've asked and blah blah blah. That's the thing about the internet. You can just lie on the internet, you know? I've been a full-time dev for around like 10 plus years. I'm currently a developer advocate now because I think the best developer advocates are ones who were devs. But yeah, I've been a dev for a while. The time doesn't matter as much as like the stuff I do, and you know, the quality over quantity is more important. I think we all know people who've been programmers or guitar players for 20 years and still suck at it, right? So I don't like using the whole 10 years thing. Like, it's not a reason you should listen to me. It's at least like, it's kind of the question you asked, right? That's all. I think the time put in is not nearly as important as the effort put in during that time. And I always come back to like snowboarding. You know, there are people who've been snowboarding for 20 years and still suck at it. Meanwhile, back when I was like in my heyday, there were kids that it's like their third year and they're chucking 1080s. Like, you know, how much effort are they putting in? How many people are they working, like riding with and getting better, you know? So, yeah, I think it's always just more important about like how you've done it during the time you were given rather than like the amount of time itself. There are plenty of devs who've been spending their entire career getting 2 years worth of experience into like every new tech stack to where they're just not experienced as a dev anymore. So yeah, you watched a guy the other morning on Twitch that only uses Claude to build things. He got hit with a DDoS and didn't know what to do, and you were like, that's where you need to be a true dev. I mean, you can always look stuff up. Like, anyone's capable of finding all this stuff for free on the internet. That's the beauty of it, right? But how much effort are you going to put into it versus just asking a random streamer? Again, coming back to why I was kind of a jerk the other day. Why I get annoyed by those questions. And yeah, I would say that's not necessarily like the most amazing criteria. Protect yourself from a DDoS, set up Cloudflare, and you're done. You know, it's really not that complicated. But that is the key. Just keep learning. Just keep doing stuff. What stream was that, by the way? I'm curious about that. I could see that happening to the Coppinger. He doesn't necessarily understand too much about like the back end stuff. Bridge something. Oh, Bridgemind. I don't know them. And you were saying they're like a morning streamer, so yeah, that's probably it. I haven't watched a lot of morning streams lately. But, you know, just probably back to what I said, even though I probably don't remember it. It's not about what you know, it's about what you're able to learn and what you're able to teach yourself, not requiring someone else to be a mentor kind of stuff. They're a morning person, they're YouTube focused more? Ah, okay. But I'm glad you didn't take too much offense to it. Thanks, Cody. All right, so we can close this. These are still churning. This one failed. Son of a bitch. All right, so what regressed on session 3 here? God, we're getting so close. Ah, we're getting so close. Yeah, there you go, man. Awesome. That's the way I usually intend it. You know, like, being a jerk isn't the goal, but I think sometimes people just need a jerk in their life. Like, one example I had that I remember was when I first graduated high school, I was like, I'm going to go down to Mount Hood and snowboard all summer. And I went down for the weekend, like, interviewed, basically got the job, came back home and was like, I don't know how much I want to do it. Like, I'm going to have to work day shift like 5 days a week. And there was one like friend of a friend, like in the friend group, but someone who's just a total douchebag. He had a lowered Durango. If that makes sense. Like, what a dickhead. And yeah, he was like, I knew you'd be back. Well, fuck you. Right? Like, sometimes you just need an asshole in your life. And then I went back and snowboarded for 10 years, like summer and winter. Got good at it, got sponsored, all that shit. No idea where that dude is. Probably still lowering Durangos. But yeah, sometimes you just need a jerk in your life. And what's up, Dre? How you doing? And I sense, yeah, long time no see here on Twitch. What you up to? How's everything going in my tea? My tea's fine. This is still the same bags from yesterday, so I should probably. I think we've extracted everything we can from them. I'm pretty sure we're not getting anything more out of that. I do have one more that we should kick off. And then we'll hop into some mezcal here in like an hour or so. But Dre, we were just chatting with someone who I also gave the inspirational speech to earlier this week. And they came back and thanked me. Nice. But okay. Yeah, so 100 devs, it's kind of like a boot camp. They don't charge money. It's just like a community. I think we have a command for it. Yeah, it's put together by Leon Noel, and they have a Discord in which like I don't know if they're doing a full-on like training cohort or anything like that, but they do have just like a group, like a Discord in which you can like help motivate each other. You can hop into like chats and like hang out with people and all that stuff. Yeah, no worries, Dre. Yep, no worries at all, Dre. I'm glad you appreciated it more so than that troll, right? But can we just recognize that troll was over there on YouTube because they got banned on Twitch already because you know, they are fragile. Oh, interesting. Let me see. Let me see if I have the 100 Devs Discord. Kenny, do you have a link? Well, I mean, are you in there? Because you can generate an invite link. Google found it? Okay, cool. But yeah, Kenny, just in general, if you didn't know that, in the top left corner where it says the name of the server and it has that drop down, there's the invite to server button. You can always just grab that link and share it. Okay. Just wasn't sure if you knew that or not. Ooh, let me double check with a coworker. Let me just double check with a coworker. I might have to hop on a quick call. We'll see. We'll see. But okay, so we have two regressions. And this one is not Redis. And hold on. All right, so then looking at this, yeah, Git, GitHub, Claude, Cargo. I don't see any other beads stuff to worry about. Good. All right. Dude, the fact that we've massively optimized some of this other stuff is crazy. Like, yeah, I can't wait to ship this up, but we don't want to regress on any of this stuff either. So we'll see if Codex can figure anything out for those. And then we can just keep looking at some other things. How is this one doing? Harness doesn't touch click, blah, 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 blah. CLI doesn't manage executors. Adding a benchmark is one file. Perfect. We're going to add dots. Hold on. Claude or Codex, it's whatever. Honestly, the models matter less when you're still like learning. Like just use any model basically. Okay. So Kenny, sorry. Yeah, yeah. let's just go through this real quick. So yeah, Minimax.io token plan is incredibly like valuable, but you only get the one model, right? So that's the one thing to remember about that. So for $10, you get a lot of usage. It's really fucking good. And you can plug it into basically any harness that you want. But just remember, it's only one model, whereas instead it might be worth it to try other models. And what you could do in that case is check out OpenCode Zen. I think they have a set of some free models. I forget what all they offer for free. But OpenRouter also, from time to time, has free models. Right? So if you just type in free, you can see like all the free ones that they provide. So Laguna, I don't know, like there's a lot of like research and stuff to just fiddle with here. If you're just trying to get started, use whatever you want. At this point, as far as like usage goes, Codex gives you way more like usage per week than Claude does. Maxing out Claude is pretty much a meme at this point. But me personally, I think Ollama is the best like paid subscription you're gonna get. It does seem like there are some cloud models you can use on the free tier of Ollama. So that could be worth it. But the basic idea is like these things are just like the model providers, and then you still get to decide what harness you want to use them with. So is that open code? Is that Pi? Etc. And theoretically, there's even tools that you can use with Claude Code to add models from other providers to Claude Code. I would not recommend that though. Claude Code is basically like the worst harness. I think there's a decent free tier of codecs you can use. Like you're gonna hit limits though, and the moment you start hitting limits, you just want to like start building stuff. Sorry, coworker stuff. So Caleb, hold on. I have a coworker describing Git Oxide as a Rust wrapper for libgit 2. That doesn't seem correct to me. If you're still out there, Caleb. And thank you for the follow, Cody. Appreciate that. Well, here would be my main point, Cody. You shouldn't be using Claude for 8 lines of code for an exercise. You just should not be doing that. Okay. I still think a Rust wrapper for libgit 2 would be a terrible idea, but it would be easier for like our easy path. So makes sense, makes sense. No, so Cody, the big thing is like using Claude for 8 lines of code. Are you actually learning anything about that code? Can you read that code and understand exactly what it's doing? That's the important part. For exercises, I would not use Claude Code or any of that shit. Hell no. I would do, like, for exercises, I would not use any AI. Yeah, yeah, Big Pickle gets caught. Yeah, 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 yeah. You should not be using AI for exercises. It defeats the purpose. That's my recommendation. You can do whatever the fuck you want, man. But you should not be using AI for exercises. What's the point? Are you actually learning anything? No. It's like reading the Cliff's Notes and thinking you read the book. It's like having AI summarize the book and thinking you read the book. You know, it defeats the purpose. When you want to build things, then you're good to go, but you need to be able to review the things you build. And if you took the shortcut on the exercises, your ability to do that is diminished. All right, so back to it. Hold on. One second, one second. I want to check one thing. Yep. Interesting. Sorry, just had to check something. All right. Anyway, So all this recorded. All right, so I'm going to use GitKraken to actually organize these. Yeah, the fact that you can even like reorder the commits, man. Yeah. Dude, the commit composer is a really nice feature. All right, so there we go. We got some good proper commits. All right, so we have done our architecture thing for GitBench. Interesting, GSD wasn't in that. All right, so model reasoning levels and cost tracking. So this is where we want to like, let me just see if we can do this real quick. GSD. Yeah. Let me double check this. GSD status. All right. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to install OpenSpec and give that a try. We're going to do it with OpenCode. Actually, we can just do this. And yeah, has anyone used OpenSpec? No, so here's the thing. I do not think Matt Pocock's stuff is good for greenfielding applications. I think his stuff is fantastic for already existing applications. The same way that OpenSpec is good for existing applications, right? Brownfield. GSD and BMAD are really good at the greenfield part. So if you have something you're starting from absolute scratch, that's what you would use GSD and BMAD, and I think there's probably a couple other tools for it, like SpecKit, maybe. But they're just fundamentally separate approaches. I do not think Matt Pocock's skills are great for like greenfielding an application. I just don't think they are. I think they are really good for building a feature into an application that already exists. Right? So saying not good there really lacks context. How did you use it? Right? So really think about that. What skill are you using from Matt Pocock for greenfielding an application? Grill me. I just I don't think so. I'll have to try it, but I don't think so. I really don't think so. We'll have to try it, but this seems so much less robust, like robust to me. Right, this is so bare bones. You're saying this is really good for starting an entire application from scratch? Really? Like what plan? You know? Yeah, I just don't believe you. I'm sorry. We'll try it, but I just don't believe you. Okay, we'll see. I've got too many things in flight right now, so I'm not greenfielding anything at the moment. I'm not greenfielding anything new at the moment. Let me put it that way. All right, so open spec init, and that'll install. Okay. All right, so what do we want to install it for? Sure. I think I'll probably use OpenCode for this one. But doesn't hurt to have them for the others. Actually, nah, you know what? We're going to do it just for the ones we're going to use. If we need to install it for Pi again, we'll install it for Pi. We'll do it for both of these two. Yeah. We're not using GSD though. Hey, nice, Caleb. All right, so we'll use DeepSeek v4 because it's cheap. I find it interesting it's trying to load this. Yeah. But actually, that was some decent context. All right. So yeah, we're gonna do OPSX. We're gonna propose a new change. Now, do we provide the context with it when we do it, or do we just do propose? And then it's going to create open spec changes, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So what do we want to call this? We'll call it add reasoning. Add reasoning levels and cost tracking. I think we'll do these as separate things. So add reasoning level. And I do think Matt Pocock's skill for this would be fine, right? I think Grill Me would be totally fine. It's just, you know, we have open spec in our list for this still so far. All right, so it's doing some research stuff. Let's kick some other things off. Okay, so then for cuneiform, this is this list of things that we want to do. What order do we want to do them in? I think we do the SQL queries extracted to a repository pattern first. Yeah. Let's do this, though. So we're using BMAD, so we have to use pi. Okay. So we're still using BMAD in this project. Let's go back to the BMAD docs and double check something here. All right, so let's try BMAD help real quick. All right, so let's try this again from a fresh context. So BMAD help. I want to plan out the next epics. So it's going to end up having to do fresh context for all that again, which is fine. Let's double check on how some of these are going. See, so I didn't like the fact that OpenSpec didn't ask me any questions. And didn't ask me to, like, sign off on stuff. Maybe I wanted explore instead of propose? See, it doesn't confirm anything as it's going through it. So yeah, I think grill me would probably be better in this case. This is actually smart. I was thinking a colon would be better, but theoretically there are some that might have a colon in the name, but probably none of them would have the hash symbol. Okay. So I think that's fine. Okay. No, I think this is doing okay. I'm not pissed about it. I do wish there was more of like a back and forth first, which is what Grill Me would be doing. Right? Hold on. Victaz? Yeah. Are you still out there, by the way? Sorry, I hope I didn't scare you off. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Just making sure. I know I was a bit, like, abrupt with my phrasing. Cool. Let's double check. So this is kicking. I do have to pee. Give me just a second. Okay. Woo-wee. So, oh, this wasn't actually burning. It was done. I like the idea of that. So it nailed it there. Sweet. So now I think we are at like OPSX supply. Okay. Yeah, I'd love to know what the code drifts flow for this is. But yeah, 18 tasks to complete. It's gonna chug along and do these things, update the changes as needed, add the tests. Sure. Kind of feel like the tests should have been first. But we'll see. We'll see. But, yeah, what's everyone up to? Any fun plans? I know I asked a few people already, or at least a few people chimed in that they got plans for the weekend. Me, I'm just going to be playing a bunch of Diablo 4. I've got a paladin to the end game. Well, not the full end game. I still have to finish the campaign, but I got him to level 70. Brainless, you're gonna finish up working and hop on the gaming laptop. Yeah, what game are you playing right now? Still that the one with like the Lua scripting stuff? All right. So, yeah, GitBench ticking along, tickety boo, right? This has an action required from us. Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, instead of using a baseline, good job. Yeah, nailed it. All right, so then this one, this is the Jetstream Turbo. We have unrelated local changes, sure. Bulk get posts. Hey, that looks like it did pretty good. Oh, wait. No. It's not Redis. And not Redis is still ticking along. Got it. So then the Jetstream Turbo. Let's double check. I'm assuming that that still failed on us. You're about to head to bed. You got to prep for a cycling race and put 200 kilometers in the saddle. Damn. So you're like a big biking person? Nice. Do you have like what's the seat that you have? I'm really curious about the seats for like road bikes. Right? Do you get like some of these fancy ass things or do you just go the straight up leather? Like do you got like a nice broken in leather saddle? Physic? So basically like this, maybe not exactly that one, but something like it. Got it. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I do know there's like the leather ones that people swear by too. Right? Like the Brooks England seats. I know people swear by these, but they're probably not as light. Yeah. And also there's like a major break-in period. Okay, so yeah, you're going like pure like as light as possible style. Got it. Yeah, makes sense. Well, yeah. Good luck, man. Hope you do well. Yeah. More power to you. And yeah, hopefully I'll have tried Matt Pocock's Grill Me. We're currently only using his architecture skill at the moment. So yeah, in like in a few days even, you should be able to ask me. Oh, ultra gravel races? Oh, in 20 days, 360 km. Got it, got it. So it's like a long race. Okay. Damn. Sounds fun, man. Oh, and hold up. Let's double check this. So yeah, here's our compare with baseline test. Major improvement on bulk get posts and get user profiles. Major improvement on enriched record with profile. We do coding too. Take it easy. But yeah, we're doing a bunch of prompting right now. And yeah, that's within reason at least. So yeah, JSON serialized profile. That one actually worked fine. Okay. Yeah, so our SQLite stuff might not be an issue. We could probably ignore the SQLite stuff. How's this one doing? Okay. Chugging along. I think that one we're okay with. So then, yeah, for cuneiform. All right, so we're gonna edit the spec for our phase 2 stuff. I would like phase 2 to start with a cleanup epic. It should the epic after that should create a more full-featured SaaS dashboard. That means log in, log out, and all the other stuff that a standard SaaS needs. Right. I want that more than I want any of this other BS. Okay. Now we got to make a decision. Or maybe not. Yeah, so architecture discovery will work out what tool we want to use. We're going to use a thing for auth. Do we want to do Lucha or Better Auth? We're not doing Cleric. Okay. Better Auth it is. Hold on. Is it a service now? Of course it's a service now. So we only need the one seat. I know, right? And what's up, baby bottle? How you doing? You can still use it without an account? Okay. Because it is just open source, right? Yeah, I am notorious for building my own auth, even if it's just like Magic Link or whatever. Because it's really not that complicated. I don't want users managing passwords. Yeah, Cloudflare doesn't do transactional email. Oh, they do. Oh, they do, but it's in beta, and it's only on the workers' paid plan. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know yet. Cookie-based sessions. I don't know if I care. Yeah, okay. Let's do it. So now it's the architecture phase. We'll do better off for now. Whatever. Could be worse. Could be worse. It's called better for a reason, I guess. Yeah, I think, I don't know. Fresh Epic Phase 2 makes sense to me. Yeah. All right, so I'm not necessarily stoked on BMAD. I do think it makes sense to like generate new like phase PRDs and stuff. I just feel like Like, I don't think in phases when I'm doing planning. It's like epics, then stories, or epics, then sprints, then stories as like the hierarchy. But I guess, yeah, no, it needs to be in the PRD. I think that's fine. Whatever. Let's look at some other steps. That one's still kicking along. Uh, all right. So yeah, it did get stalled. That's fine. All right. So now, do I have not Redis in GitKraken right now? I don't. All right, let's recompose those commits. All right. All right, so we'll get those benchmarks kicking off back in the cloud. No way. Okay. That's 19 hours ago, though. Okay. So if we're looking at this, I think I'm willing to accept these regressions because we do massively improve some other things. Okay, so we'll go back to the PR. And what's up, Burnt Out? How you doing? $46 commits. We're gonna squash and merge. Okay, so then what we'll do... Oh. What is that? There you go. Dude, such a classic. Fix. Mm, all right. Get cracking. Where you at? There you are. Uh, all right. Let's see what it does. Auto resolve with AI. Just to keep it up to date. I'd say okay. So then for this one, and yeah, Caleb, like, what kind of AI features are y'all adding? Or is that really even the focus? I don't even know how this ended up being a conflict. It's just the one. Okay. Yeah, we just add another thing there. Sure. Okay. Commit PR generation, yeah. Into making the CLI suitable for agents. There you go. Yeah, and I think that makes sense. So I'm guessing you guys have like an MCP server you're building, or is it just docs? And then like, here you go, agent, have at it. But let me get another album going. Hotel Pools Pacific. You tried an MCP server, but a good CLI plus skill is way more effective. Yeah, but I think about it this way. It depends on what you want automatically done or not. But yeah, no, I understand that. There's still massive use cases for MCP servers, but the fact that you need to be like locally done, I guess it makes sense. I like the idea of a remote MCP server for things that change more often, right? So like maybe API stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know you know the difference. I'm just saying like there's like a nuance to like one thing being more effective, you know? Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I think it makes sense. I think at the end of the day, it's really up to the users. So it's almost like it's worth it to give both. Some users prefer an MCP server, some don't. There are definitely some use cases where an MCP server makes way more sense. I'm trying to think about those use cases. Like, I've definitely read some posts by Zeeg, you know, the dude from Sentry, and he's still pretty bullish on MCP servers, especially for like enterprise clients. "75% of the commits made by your CLI are from agents," which is interesting because, like, really, an agent has all the context it needs to make the commit anyway. Like, I'm not sure what the CLI does better commit generation wise than what the agent would do anyway. You know? Like, I do find that odd. But technically, the CLI that you guys have might provide access to, like, you know, Jira issue tracking, right? Like PR numbers and blah, 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 and all that BS. And then having those as like part of your commit, you know, like closes blank type stuff. I think AI is worse at those, or at least it needs some kind of tool to help it fetch that stuff. So that's maybe where like the CLI comes in. I guess the biggest difference between an MCP server having value versus like a CLI and skills is if you can even do a CLI. I feel like there are some things where it makes sense to have like state and context within the MCP. So a remote MCP makes like sense for a lot of other stuff. And you just can't do like a good local skill for something like that, right? But very few people actually have like stateful MCP servers. But that's at least one of the things it was designed for. And I think that's, I'm trying to remember. I think that's basically the gist that that Zeeg has been getting at too. And you can do stateful CLIs for sure, right? But is that state shareable at that point, right? So it's like if you have state that you want to like share and spread to other things, then MCP has a lot of value too. Yeah, I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Yeah, merge leftover auto research / session for fixes. Yeah, it sounds good. It's a chill one. And yeah, Burnout. If you do !song, you can get a link to the actual song that we're playing. And I usually play entire albums at a time. Okay, maybe. And yeah, Canal, right? I don't go off the rails every time I stream. It's just more frequent than I'd like. No, and I'm getting better about it. But I do think, hey, it's 420. Well, we got other things we can do, but we'll do this one first. All right, so this mezcal is the Espadin Cuishe? Cuishe? I don't know how to pronounce that. Cuishe. It's from Oaxaca. Oh no, it's actually, hold on. It's from Tlacolula and Miahuatlan. But yeah, we'll give it a taster. I think I like the smell compared to the one we were looking at yesterday. I mean, I like to pronounce things properly. I don't know this cliche, or like, it's not like, it's gotta be a cuss sound, right? It's gotta be a cuss sound, for sure. I mean, I don't know. I'm good on it. Like, yeah, it's got to be like the sea in Oaxaca. Yeah, for sure. It's got to be like the sea. Yep. So it's either quiche or cuiche, right? But it's like so close that it probably like blends together. But okay, so we got that pushing up. Let's double check. We are going to have some downtime on the turbo monitor. But we are ahead of Graze.social by 1,000,000 events. Yeah. All right, I'm into it. We are tracking just a couple hundred behind the Jetstream 2, but we're like 2,500 behind Jetstream 1, which I think is fine. Oh, let's do a taster without watering it down first. I like this one better than the other mezcal. The other one was like a little too smoky. But this one like gets you with a little bit of like smoky flavor like after the fact. So yeah, it's like smoke backward. Like I was gonna say smoke forward, but no, it's like at the it's in the aftertaste. So it's very like smooth, like forward, and then the flavors really hit after. It's not bad. It's quite good. Yeah, it's just a mellower flavor than the one yesterday, really. But yeah, we'll see how we go. We're gonna have some downtime, and we are still actually having more downtime than anything else. So we got to look at how to fix our downtime issues. We have observed 3 minutes of downtime compared to these other things. So we're only at one significant 9. So yeah, they're processing messages slower than we do. But they've had less downtime. And that's important. If we can fix our downtime issues, I think we will be right there. And yeah, we got some major performance improvements that we just pushed up. So that should help us there. But I think we're going to want to do an exploration of what could we do in the jet stream to identify stability problems. So we're going to create a new branch. First thing we're going to do, actually, is we're going to turn loose the architecture thing on this code base. So let's do git checkout -b, and we'll call this architecture review. Oh, and no, it's open code. Hold on, let's update open code. I think it's been a little while. Oh, okay. Nope, that's the one we want. We're currently pointing open code at Olama. Yep. Not like local Olama, just like Olama's like cloud stuff. But let me double check this. Skill improve. Yeah, so we'll just use pi for this one. Fuck it. Not a big deal. So yeah, on this branch, we want to just run the improved code base architecture skill from Matt Pocock. Why does it think it needs to load auto research though? That was the end of that album though. I kind of want to try a bunch of stuff. They're like, hey, if you like hotel pools, you'll also like, well, let's see if I actually do. I don't know, man. We'll give it a shot. There's like a bunch of them they're recommending. Pictures of Purple Skies by Memorex Memories. Ooh. Ooh. That just sounds epic. This is an intro song, but we'll do the intro, right? Hear the whole album. Why not? All right, so it's definitely found some junk. Hold on. Hold on. We want to do it from this directory. Because I think it may have been looking at some other stuff. Yep. Yeah, I think we messed that up. This then becomes slash right, improve code based architecture. Sure. I want it to do it just within this Rust folder. Just to be sure, right? Like I didn't want it like looking at or caring about whatever's happening inside of the Python's code base. So yeah, need to double check that. What's the name of the company? It does. Oh, LegalZoom. That was it. All right. So let's actually look at this. Candidate 1, consolidate JSON extraction behind a record view module. Let's read this. So 4 different methods across 2 different types all do ad hoc JSON traversal on the same record option. Each one walks the same JSON tree but picks different leaves. No locality. The knowledge of what a mention or facet looks like in a blue sky record is duplicated. A new extraction would need to be plumbed through yet another method. I like that. No, that's good. Yep. Yeah. Let's double check and read through all of these though, right? So then candidate 2, extract a cache miss resolver seam. Not sure what that means specifically. So the problem is, the pattern of check what's cached, collect uncached keys, batch fetch, populate cache appears in 3 places. Data fetcher is a dead module that tried to own this, but nothing calls it. There's no single module that owns the cache miss resolution policy. Create a cache miss resolver. Okay. Yep. No, I like that too. Remove dead batch processing modules. So yeah, right? The problem is that message buffer and batch processor are complete implementations of batch buffering with time-based flush, but Orchestrator re-implements the same logic inline using raw vec buffers, interval ticks, and manual batch buffer reuse. These 2 modules pass the deletion test. Deleting them removes no functionality because nothing calls them. They create confusion about which batching implementation is canonical. I think the orchestrator's batching is entirely different. So yeah, we're going to want to keep those separate. And then we can always pass it through in another instance of like cleaning stuff up. All right, so then separate diagnostics collection from the orchestrator. All right, the orchestrator is doing a lot of junk. Yep, no. I like that. All right, and then finally, deepen the Jetstream message interface by removing pass-through fields. Okay, let's start with number 1. I'm not so sure about that last one. Okay, so theoretically, OpenSpec finished up and got this working. Tests are passing. All right, cool. We were at like 10% of our window, so we'll call that good. But let's look at this. Git add chore add open spec skill. All right, so git commit -m feat add reasoning level testing. Oh, interesting. We were able to remove that context, but now we can't. Take it easy, Kenny. No, it's M008. You were thinking of 8008. All right, so yeah, I would like to make sure we validate models and their reasoning levels before running any benchmarks. Any benchmarks if our model list is in. What do we think it'll do there? We didn't even need to get into like the open spec stuff for this part. It's like a very small fine tuning. All right, so then this is back to Jetstream Turbo. Actually, let's double check this. All right, so we fixed that. We've got just one benchmark failing now. This seems old. What is actually failing? We've got one benchmark that blows it for us, and we got major improvements on other stuff. Yeah, all right. Dude, this is a chill album for sure. I'm liking it. Okay. It's a good vibe right now? Yeah, I think it's chill too. What are you programming on? What are you doing? Anything fun? Oh, your LLM stuff. That's right. That's right. Are you using Carpathy's auto research for improving the LLM? Or are you not to that point yet? Oh, that's fun. I think you meant to write math. I think you meant to write maps. Quick maps. You could even work on a book, right? British maps through the years. I believe that's this is like Yorkshire shit, right? Like the whole through thing instead of through. Or is that just like straight up like only like a Cockney slang? I know I've heard it before. Somerset or Cornwall. Got it. Okay. So there's multiple dialects that do the fru instead of through. Okay. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Like, man, what is going down? Oh, and Caleb, have you guys gotten any more notifications? Did I fix the bugs that you had? I just wanted to like confirm. And if you haven't gotten any, that's fine. Oh, Manchester, got it. Okay, no, makes sense. I was just curious. Just did a video with Scott on making a little CLI in Rust. There you go. Touche, touche. Sabering? Oh, sabering. Yeah, yeah, using like the sword or whatever to like pop the thing. That's funny. That's funny. Hell yeah, Caleb. All right. This is one hell of an auto research session, isn't it? All right, so that one's good for now. Let's double check this. Given that the are called back to back and hydrate batch. Ooh, I like this song. All right, so both are equivalent. Yeah, option B makes sense. Yeah, I like it. Mm, I almost like the idea of keeping all of the AT protocol schema in one place. One is fine. And shit, I forget when my passport thing is. I think it's Wednesday. forget what time I booked it. Oh. It's on the 18th. Oh, no. So it's not next week. It's after. I need to block out that time on my calendar just to be sure. All right, there we go. Yeah. No. No, it's on the 18th. We got time. No, that's a good idea. Okay, so I need to obtain my records and do some stuff. Then file a motion. Okay. Okay. No, I think I need to obtain my records. It does look to me like I might not need a full-on attorney to do so, though. Yeah. Nah, I think we'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, I got a reckless driving when I was 18. I am now 42, so it's definitely been long enough. Yeah, it's a good call. Thanks, Caleb. All right, so what we need to do here is we need to get rid of the auto research stuff because we're done with it for the moment. So we'll have to fix that in a moment, but not the end of the world. So then here, yep, we push that up. We can leave it. Yeah, just do it. I tend to think of right, this like do it Starsky and Hutch like thing. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, I don't know why. I think it's hilarious. All right, so continuing along, we got that churning, we got this waiting, we got this doing stuff. How's cuneiform? So these are the requirements so far. Extract all Drizzle queries into a centralized repository layer behind typed interfaces. Yep. Upgrade dashboard to React 19 with concurrent rendering features. Sure. Migrate dashboard to Tailwind CSS v4 with CSS first configuration. Next step is users can register, log in, and log out with secure session management. Users can create and manage teams that scope form ownership. Users can invite others to their team via email-based invitations. System enforces role-based access. Users can manage their profile, reset passwords, and verify email addresses. And we'll do passwords for now. Oh, that could be cool, Monobrain. Yeah. All right. So, do we want to do advanced elicitation or party mode? We're going to do at least one of them. Let's double check this. How's our billing going? And yeah, we can close that for now. Yeah, our codex usage is chilling. All right, see, there we go. Yeah. Now we're getting to some heavy usage, but we're basically only using, well, not only, we're using DeepSeek and then Codex for some other things right now. When we get back to the implementation level, I will start using Minimax for the implementation again, DeepSeek for the review. All right, so hold on. Let me double check this. BMAD advanced elicitation versus party. Let's do party mode first. We haven't used party mode much. All right, so here's the team. We've got Winston, the system architect. We got John, the product manager. Sally, the UX designer. Amelia, developer. Oh, nope. I want to read this. Mary, the business analyst. Paige, the technical writer. Bob, the scrum master. Barry, the quick flow solo dev. Quinn, the QA engineer. Victor, the innovation strategist. And Carson, the brainstorming coach. Meanwhile, we got Dr. Quinn, medicine woman, as the problem solver. All right. All right. All right. Let's read through it. I like this so far. So yeah, that's the context, reviewing that, and then we kick off. So then Winston, 2 epics is the right granularity, but I have a structural concern. Epic 6 mixes back-end refactoring with front-end upgrades. The repository extraction touches every data access path in the back end. That's a surgical operation. React 19 and Tailwind 4 are entirely orthogonal. There's no reason they need to be in the same epic from an implementation standpoint. So yeah, 6A for the repository pattern, 6B, sure. They can run in parallel if you have the bandwidth, and they don't share any code paths. Merging them creates an unnecessary single-threaded bottleneck. Okay. On Epic 7, the better auth evaluation is the right call, but be prepared to fall back fast. Workers Edge runtime has subtle differences from Node. Async local storage for sessions, for example, doesn't exist. If BetterAuth doesn't handle that natively, don't waste a sprint fighting it. Custom Hono middleware with D1 backed sessions is 200 lines of code and fully under control. The sovereign parity constraint makes hosted auth a non-starter, which you fully agree with. One more thing, team ID migration on forms needs careful thought. You're adding a not null column to an existing table. The migration strategy, create personal teams first, backfill, then add the constraint, is sound, but it needs to be a dedicated story with rollback planning. This isn't a slip into another story item. Okay. So then John, who's John again? John is the product manager. Whatever you say, John. What does the user get from each epic? Epic 6 delivers 0 user-facing value, 0. It's infrastructure. Doesn't mean it shouldn't be done. It absolutely should. Call it what it is. Repo pattern makes Amelia's life easier. React 19 and Tailwind make the dashboard marginally faster and Sally's life easier. The end user sees nothing. Epic 7, on the other hand, transforms the product. Teams and RBAC open up an entirely new market segment. Agencies and small teams who need multi-user access. That's where revenue lives. Ooh, the R word. Let me get more music going. Hold on. Exactly. Yeah, phase 2 is invite your team and they're productive in 30 seconds. Is there a thin slice of Epic 7 that could ship faster? Could you ship registration, login, and personal dashboard first, then layer teams on top? I do not want to do that. Okay, so here's Sally, our designer. I'm so glad you're thinking about the dashboard. Phase 1's dashboard was functional, but functional. It served the developer who already knew what they were doing. Phase 2 needs to feel like a product. So yeah, yep. Do the Tailwind v4 migration before we do any of the other bullshit. Yep. Oh, I like this song. Oh, this one's good. Hmm. Hold on, we're gonna skip ahead. There we go. So, yes, I love the repository pattern. I'm not so sure I like the idea of the repository schema being shared. Because in my opinion, the public facing and even like the dev facing API shouldn't necessarily be directly mapping to the database schema. And I disagree with this. We should. Yeah, right. So I want the Open API spec to give us the public and front end types we need. You're right. Damn right, Winston. Okay. So 4 epics and 1 spike. Sweet. And only cross-cutting enums. Yeah. Um, right. I want to avoid enums and only use string type unions instead. All right, so let's double check this part. Yep. Every byte counts. String unions produce 0 runtime code. Yep. Yep, they already use string unions for validation. Drizzle columns will be role type role, and the Open API spec generator will produce the union as an enum in the spec schema. Consumers get proper enum documentation without us writing a TypeScript enum. Perfect. Yep. So then hold on. Winston's thing. Yeah. Boom. There we go. How much of my code is written by AI? It depends. So, of the, let's call it 4 things that we're like currently running LLMs on right now, those are all completely AI generated. But I have an entire front end and back end for this thing called Masijo, which is actually our main project. And that was mainly like caveman coded, or at the bare minimum, like tab completion coded. I think we've done just a little bit of maybe asking a chatbot to help us optimize a query here and there, but that's about it. I have really only started getting onto this whole like agentic vibe coded kind of phase, maybe like starting in like January. So I'm still figuring a lot of this stuff out, but the entire reason we started a few of these projects was so that we could evaluate some of these like planning tools, right? So BMAD for this form tool, GSD for another tool. Actually, GSD1 for another tool that we haven't touched for a while. GSD2 for the benchmark thing that's in the title. Like, I don't know. We got like 5 different projects that are kind of like concurrently being nudged along. Your company forces you to use Claude code. That's fine. Your companies are going to start judging your usage of these tools. It'll probably only be a problem if you're not being productive. Lines of code is a terrible metric, right? Token usage is a terrible metric, but at least token usage can be tied to how many PRs are you merging, how much like code churn is happening, blah blah blah, right? At the end of the day, devs can be more productive with all this stuff. If you're not trying it, some companies are just going to let you go. All right, so the repository pattern extraction. Looks good. So yeah, there's really just like 3 repositories that we need at the moment. Not necessarily a fan of this song, but I've heard worse. What band does it remind me of? It reminds me of Passion Pit. Actually, no, there's an entirely different band. I forget the name of the artist, but the album's called Somnambulist. It's quite good. But it's like a faster version of that, actually. All right, so then now on to Epic 7, the dashboard modernization. All right, we update to V19. We replace and use Tailwind V4 verification and polish. Yeah, that one's easy. You're at the point where you forget syntax if not using AI. Yeah, that's on you. You should still be able to code by hand. I would consider it a major source of atrophy if you're not capable of doing that anymore. All right, so the spike. Oh, yeah. Here's the spike. All right, so yeah, now on to Epic 8, the SaaS, authentication, and profiles. What is the song being sampled right now? Hold on. Like it's some pop shit I'm not a big fan of. I don't hate it yet. Natasha Bedingfield. Yeah. Yep, that's it. Yep. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, the way they're slowing it down, it's like tough to like get a handle on it. Yeah, you're totally right. It's not a song I would listen to on my own, but it's not terrible in this. That's not even a good one, Best B. Yeah, exactly, Caleb. Yep. Oh, you know what's a show that I'm bummed I didn't catch last year because I don't know if I'll ever be able to catch him again. Yeah, I mean they're doing the whole vaporwave like slow singing thing. But man, I wanted to see Elbow last year and I just missed it. Because they do a really good couple songs that are just awesome, man. Yeah, do you not know the band Elbow? They're like a UK band. They did that cover of Teardrop that was in the intro to the show House. Right? So that one like Massive Attack song, but they covered it. That cover is what made it into the intro. Yeah, so the way I describe Elbow, it's like they're almost like Coldplay, but actually good, if that makes sense. And dude has a way better singing voice. Like, I don't know, there's like something gruff and good about it. Oh, no, I just fucking hate Coldplay. Let me put it that way. Fucking hate Coldplay. I've had a long day and I just fucking hate Coldplay. Yeah, here, I don't know. For some reason, I just really want to hear some Elbow. So we'll do the Massive Attack song, right? Elbow, Teardrops. Because that's a classic. But then they've got a couple other songs I'm a really big. Oh, and wait. This is saying Massive Attack Teardrop Elbow cover? I. Yeah. This is correct. Okay. Flipping it. Yeah. It's fun to rip on Coldplay. Exactly. An elbow cover, so a shirt. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm pretty sure their version is the one that was at the beginning of House, right? Anyone who watched a bunch of House, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Like it's so distinctly different from the original, you know? You watched lots of House? The intro song. feel like it drops here in a second. So maybe that's the part that I'm remembering. Or maybe I just have it mixed up. But I think the song like drops and gets like heavier. Thought that they drop and like add like some distortion and stuff. Okay. House show teardrop. Which artist? Oh, maybe it was just the Massive Attack version. Nah, my bad. It was the Massive Attack version. Ah, my bad. My bad. No, I was wrong. I was totally wrong. Sorry about that. Oh, and it was used for the North American broadcast. Got it. So then in some countries, it might have actually just used a different song for licensing. But yeah, no, it was the Massive Attack version. My bad. Yeah, because I was expecting this to drop. I feel like they have another version. I feel like they had another version. But no, I got that wrong. I got that wrong. My bad. There is another version of the Massive Attack version, or of the Elbow version. Elbow teardrops cover other version. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. The Jose Gonzalez one is super good too. But yeah, anyway, let me do the other Elbow song. Bones of You, dude. This song is the one that's super good. I like this is my favorite Elbow song. They've got a couple others too. It's a little quiet. One sec. All right. So yeah, as far as this spike, I was out of water, so I poured some of my tea water into my whiskey, right into my mezcal, and that massively changes the flavor profile. It's quite good, actually, though. Hmm. All right, so now teams and permissions, right? All right, so I want to make sure that users can belong to multiple teams. That's really important. All right, and then hold on. So talking about how it's just made you remember once you had long hair, maybe a couple of years long, decided to shave it all off, you were watching House through the bathroom mirror while doing so. It's been 10 years since your last haircut? How long is your fucking hair, dude? Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. So yeah, I don't know. Yep. Y'all don't have to like Elbow, but yeah, I really like that song. I'm trying to think. I know there's like one more good song. I feel like it's slightly heavier. Grounds for Divorce. I think Grounds for Divorce might have made it into House. That's it. That's it. I think it was Grounds for Divorce. So what used this? This is this. Okay, so this is the song House MD used. It was for promos of the 6th season and was featured in the 8th episode of season 5. That was it. All right, there we go. But it wasn't the theme song. It was just in like the promos. All right, we got there. We got there. That was the reference to Elbow in my head. Now it makes sense. No, we're actually drinking on some mezcal that we watered down, and I ran out of water, so I poured some of my tea into it. But yeah, I would have loved to see these guys in concert. I gotta just cross my fingers and hope they do it again, probably next year. Yeah. I'm sure they play in the UK all the time, but they do not play here in the US very often. And the concert, like the venue they were playing at, was like the small one, right? Like one of the small ones, like the Showbox here in Seattle. And it's like a good sound venue and everything. Like, man, it would have been a good show. I just missed it. Speaking of another band coming to town, I think in July, the Toadies. Anyone remember them? Definitely going to have to make sure I see the Toadies because they will probably not be touring again anytime soon. Oh, speaking of, I should double check. Hold on one second. All right, there we go. One Day Like This. That's another one of theirs. I love this song. We'll play it after just so I can double check. All right, so let's double check. A user can be admin on one team and member on another. Role is per team, not global. Yep. Yeah, the story should explicitly reflect it, just in case. Yep, we do need a team switcher, member management. Yep. Boom. I do have to go pee. Let me go do that real quick. And oh, I missed a follow. X Bernikov. That was like an hour ago. Thank you. Okay. All right, so these are the next steps. Yep. Let's call that good. All right, so elbow day like this, something like that. One day like this. Yeah, let's give it a shot. I don't think I remember this one. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Any like fun plans or cool stuff you're working on? Oh, I think I remember this one. I don't know if it's like my preferred vibe, but no, it's like a chill one. This is a little too close to fuck. What's the band I hate? They do the song Yellow. You know the one. Coldplay. This one's a little too close to Coldplay for me. I don't mind hearing it. It wouldn't make it to my snowboard mix though. This one's too close to Coldplay. Like, yeah. You're working on your Go interpreter. Interesting. Canal, explain more. I'm really curious about that. You mean like a dynamic runtime for Go code with like a just-in-time compiler instead of other compiler? Yeah. Please go on. I'm really curious about that. So, yes, interpreted, but not a JIT. I would guess like a JIT is maybe like an eventual thing. You have hard-coded optimization paths. Okay. I'm curious, what's the use case? A real JIT would be too much. I get it. So it's not even like an eventual plan? It performs similarly to Python or slightly faster, and probably has like quicker like cold boot times or whatever, right? But yeah, like why not compile it? I'm curious about that. AI customer support? Not really, Tony. Like the product I'm building, Masijo, is something you could definitely do to like get support involved with social media posts kind of thing. But that's about it. And when you say multi-agent application, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I have this product called Masijo. In Masijo, we are listening for stuff on social media, right? Like keywords on social media. Each keyword can then have a lens that we're passing through it. And then based upon that lens, like do something. So this would be, is someone complaining about the product or whatever? Oh, maybe we respond to it. I eventually, right? Notice how we have like notifications? Well, yeah, this lens should like maybe notify somebody, but eventually I do want to have like the idea of agents. And in this case, agents would maybe like auto reply or things like that. I'm not fully sold on the auto reply thing, but at least like helping you generate replies would be worthwhile. Like I don't want to be responsible for shitifying the web even further, you know? So that's like the main idea there. Like I don't necessarily want to do like automated everything. Like I could understand for support, like, hey, we're so sorry you're having that issue. Here's some links that might be relevant, and you can like pick from the links using AI and whatever. And like, you could fine tune the response just slightly. I think that would be really useful. But For like basically any other use case, like sliding into a thread in which someone's complaining about your competitor, I would not automate that personally. Now, instead, could we automate translating? And that could have value, right? Like automating the translation. And some of that stuff could be worthwhile. I'm still like, I'm fuzzy on like how much I want to do like agentic reply bullshit. And realistically, I'm going to try and apply to like Y Combinator and incubators with this idea eventually. I need customers first, right? Like we got people using it, but they're not paying me. But they are providing really valuable feedback. Brainless, your company is like fighting with the idea of like automated replies and stuff. Yeah, I think that's the tough part, you know? Like I just don't want to be responsible for more slop on the web. You know, unless I made the slop and it's my slop. I don't want to be responsible for other people's slop. So yeah, I don't know. That's where I'm at so far. So then hold on, let me read a couple things. Let me catch back up on the chat. So yes, you have a few use cases for a few projects for wanting your own encapsulated scripting language. And by owning the language implemented, you can more easily own the encapsulation and resource management. Okay. All right, so Craggle, you've been toying with a new idea. You used to do a lot of World of Warcraft emulation when you were younger? Emulation? So what if there was like a modular client server, like how the open source community WoW emulator already has it? Got it. Okay. When you say emulator, right, like it's not like they open sourced anything, but you can still analyze like the requests going over the wire, and you can build something that uses that same interface, right? So then it's like an emulated backend. I think I can understand that. I think that makes sense. I think I get that. WoW private server stuff is open source. Well, hold on. The private servers are open source, but WoW's server implementation is not open source. That's what I'm getting at, Kenny. So even that, like the private server stuff, maybe Trinity Core, I don't know the name, that was actually reverse engineered, right? And that's what I'm getting at. So WoW itself was not open source. The back end is emulated and reverse engineered, right? But that doesn't mean that it's the same, right? So like most emulators are also reverse engineered, which is really like interesting. Like even NES emulators started out basically just being reverse engineering efforts. Like most reverse engineering efforts are basically emulators, I think is the right way to try and phrase that. But yeah, whatever. And then but it is disconnected from the Blizzard universe. Not sure if something like that would even make sense when Unity and Unreal exist. I'm not sure where you're going with that, Craggle. Like you're saying you want to use the World of Warcraft like client server architecture and like implementation to make other games kind of thing. Is that what you're getting at? It's almost like Gary's mod. Okay. Yeah, like it would basically be like how Gary's mod did that stuff on top of whatever game that was. Half-Life? I forget. I don't remember. I could see that being a thing. Yeah. No, I think that's a cool idea. Yeah, so Gary's mod was a Half-Life thing. All right, just double check. Yeah. Yeah, no, that sounds like a cool idea, Craggle. If anything, it'll be a fun experiment. Let me get more music going first before I get to Tony's other comment, though. What kind of music do we want to listen to now? Do we go back to synthwave? Do I try and do some stuff that we haven't listened to for a while? Oh, I do like this. I do like this one. We haven't listened to anything by this artist in ages. This song, I Broke the Vein, they got another that's like, it's time, time to make blood out of your bones, your bones, your bones, your bones. Like, what is that song? It's definitely this artist, Builders and Butchers. It might be Blood Death. Could be Hell and High Water. I don't know. We'll try a couple, Builders and Butchers songs to make sure we get to the one. This is my favorite one by them. It bumps up. Don't worry. It's not a slow song. It's just the intro. And hold on. Was I joking when I was singing all nasally? No, that's how this dude sings. I was not kidding whatsoever. With harbors such as these. You know, you gotta like plug your nose while you say it. Shine, and the moon will light my way. It's about to drop. Don't worry. It's not a slow song. And then there was one more comment from Tony the Time Traveler. Tony the Time Traveling Tiger? Oh, I put the music a little loud. Ship's going down. The captain calls to thee. I cast away. And the stars will shine. All right, so your boss is asking your team to build an AI agent to replace customer support. I would be really careful about that. Like, yes, a little bit of customer support, but to replace customer support is a bad idea. If you're getting a lot of, issues and tickets supported by the public, at least like an L1 support, like triage bot would make sense. However, I would not replace human support entirely, especially depending on who your customer base is. Right? Humans fucking hate clankers when they're upset. I don't know how to phrase that any better, right? Like, think about when you've been on the phone and it's like maybe the old school automated voice thing, like, press or say 9 now. 9. I heard you say no. What don't you want to do? Press or say 9 now. 9. I heard no. Right? Like, dude, at some point, you will lose a customer because of that AI automated bullshit. So really just consider Maybe L1 support, maximum, but a fucking human in the loop for L2 and 3. Like, even someone in a call center in India is better than a really shitty voice bot. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, customer support is the, oh shit, this person's about to churn. And if you give them a bad experience, they are guaranteed to churn. When companies are asking for these things, I think there is very little empathy involved, which is a huge fucking problem, right? Whoever your boss is looking at like the dollar number of how much support costs them and not how much bad support would cost them in churn, you know? Okay, I like this song. I was going to play a different one. This one's not terrible. How do y'all feel about this one? Yeah, Tony, that... Hey, who is your boss? Is your boss the CEO? Like, who is your boss? Are they just a product manager? And think about what their motivation might be. Is this just like promotion-driven development? So the CEO wants it. Yeah, that's... There's not much you can do about a bad CEO. Nah, that's too bad, man. That's too bad. And Melina, thanks. Like, I wish I could claim ownership over this. Like, sure, I did the layout and some of the bullshit, and like a little bit might be custom, but for the most part, neo-brutalism is an established thing. Now, I wouldn't use this library. I would actually be refactoring to another library called Retro UI because this one is abandoned. But Retro UI is definitely something worth checking out. And oh shit, that just reminded me of a task I would happily slop up. More slop tools. I want, or let's just say, new morphic shad CN clone. New morphic slash play morphic. Yeah, so that's another thing that we could totally do that stuff. Yeah. They're both based on ShadCN, and if you're not aware, like building your own like ShadCN repository is actually pretty easy. And that's what these are, right? You know, when you're installing a component from New Morphism or Retro UI, you're running the same kind of style like ShadCN add button type stuff. It's like the same exact interface, but you're just loading different CSS and like template files. So like you could build your own design system on like using the same ShadCN style of like making a library, which is really powerful. So yeah, no worries. And I feel like it's been a while, Melanie. Like you've been here before, right? Yeah, what you been up to? Ooh, I do see the Chaos Orb in your name. What do you think about the, or not in your name, in your profile? What do you think about the PoE2 season announcement? I haven't actually read up on all the changes. I do believe they're prioritizing endgame fixes. I know some people really wanted swords, but whatever. You have a TUI auto battler cross compiled on Wasm and deployed. Nice, nice. You're in a Diablo 4 phase. I'm playing Diablo 4 now. Like the next PoE 2 like season doesn't drop until the end of the month. Like you got 3 weeks, you know? Yeah. Yeah. So the next release is in 3 weeks. I was just curious if you looked at any of the like they did an announcement yesterday or the day before, something like that. And yeah, I do want to get to some music that we haven't listened to for a while. And Caleb, I think we all know that's bullshit. You probably missed some Twitch drops. I don't think they do the Twitch drops during the announcement, do they? Maybe they did. Usually they do the drops on like the first opening weekend. Well, Tony, no. So solving customer problems, that's actually not an agent thing, right? Solving the problems is like you and the dev team. The agent just creates a ticket and does a little bit of triage of seeing if there's an existing ticket. That's not a hard thing for an agent to do at all. But as far as like a customer talking to that agent, that I think is less ideal. So instead, just think about like tools that your Indian team could use to make some shit easier, right? Like you could empower the Indian team first. And then, they're still like, they're jumping in. Like some of the best, let me put it this way, and solve the ticket at the same time. See, that's a terrible fucking idea. Customers don't know what the fuck they want. No, that's a terrible fucking idea. It should go into a triage queue. It should then be prioritized against other things. You don't want customers being able to prompt really bad code additions, That's I don't know. I would push back on that. But again, I don't know. What I would also do, Tony, is maybe start looking for other jobs too. Right? I think the writing's on the wall, yeah. Don't quit until you have another one lined up. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if your CEO is saying, we want customers to be able to report bugs and have them resolved right then and there by agents and all that shit, that's a terrible fucking idea. Hey, support. I want the entire website to use the hot dog stand theme. Do it. Nobody wants that. Not even people that really like hot dogs. But a clanker is a people pleaser, and it will happily do it, right? Exactly. Yeah, Melaneth. Melaneth knows. Oh, And yeah, hello, support, please. Well, I mean, Counter-Strike's a little tough, but I think you can put Doom anywhere. People have put Doom if it can run software, it can run Doom. That's basically it. That's just science. That's just science. All right, so Caleb, right? You mentioned wanting to hear music that you haven't heard before. Have you heard the American Analog set before? Yeah, we'll do a couple American Analog set songs. This shit's good, right? So so here's the thing, Tony. If you really do need to make all this stuff work, do the product manager thing and break it down into tasks and which things you think are probably best to do first. The support mailbox thing makes sense as long as it's not like doing the implementation. Because again, you don't know if it's actually worthwhile. Like triage should be able to say, like, well, okay, are they reporting an issue another user has? Let's add it to the tally of like, yes, affected users. But is it an issue that we don't have yet? Well, let's create a new task for it. Sure. But then the prioritization of that stuff, I still think you want a human in the loop. But I don't know, man. Shit. I don't know, man. I do need more water though. Give me just a second. One second. Gotta pour more water. All right, got my water. So I can actually water down this mezcal. Oh, that's pure mezcal. Yeah, yeah. I need your help. Yep. Hold on. Let me respond to a coworker real quick. So hold on, hold on. We've heard this song a bunch. Let's hear a little bit more of some American Analog Set. They got like 4 songs I really like. If y'all have heard the artist Andrew Bird, American Analog Set is his. Like that's his band. I think this is my favorite one of theirs. Sorry. But yeah, how do y'all like the song? I should turn it up, right? All right, so any questions about the epics or stories before we kick off implementation? All right, so yeah. When we're ready to start building, natural next step is sprint planning to sequence these 19 stories into a sprint plan the dev agents can follow. Your call, Mr. Sir. Damn right. You damn right. Let's do the sprint planning. We are going to start with fresh context, though. I don't remember doing this sprint planning step, actually. All right, so yeah, that's churning along. As far as the benchmarking goes, yeah, here we go. Alrighty. So, all right, so this one's a little slow. Let's find... Actually, no, this is a good one. It bumps up a bit. Let's double check. We could always hate this song and move on to another. Like, it's good and mellow, you know? And hey, Todd, Mr. Sir. Haven't seen you in ages. I feel like they're probably going to make me go to Arizona sometime this summer for like Q3, which I'm not looking forward to. Right? Q3 starts what? Beginning of July or some shit? Like the hottest time to go to Arizona? Dude, it's going to be terrible. Dude, isn't it? Isn't the start July? I'm just praying that I have conferences to go to instead. I'm praying I get accepted to some conferences or I get a free ticket or something. The only the only conference I know happening in July is Chain React. Heat wave coming already? Yeah, dude. Insane. Literally insane. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, meanwhile, Kenny's in Georgia. Kenny's in Georgia. And it's colder in Georgia than it is here in Washington. Right now, we actually have a nice chill day, but today was sunny, and if tomorrow's sunny, it's going to be hot as fuck. Reviving old dead projects in your repos and using Claude. Yeah, exactly, right? Like all these things that you just didn't have time to work on, you could just burn agents on that shit, you know? Like, fuck it. Why not? No, yeah, there's a bunch of side projects where I was like, oh, it's not worth my time, that now I can just like turn an agent loose on. Like Vexilla. Dude, we can do some Vexilla shit. It wasn't worth my time, but I could just burn an agent on some Vexilla shit right now. No problem, man. Fuck yeah. So yeah, that is actually the kind of nice part. Like it frees you up to try things that you didn't think were worth the effort at the time, you know? Like I got a bunch of stuff that I'll never profit off of. It's fine. 98 degrees Fahrenheit where you're at. I believe I am melting. But yeah, no, that was a chill song, right? That was good shit. This one's good, I think, if I remember it. Yeah, no, this one's good. But yeah, just churning and burning on the tokens. Yeah, exactly. Winter stasis. Like, if you have a very clear set of constraints, AI is a perfect thing to just like turn loose, you know? It's quite nice. You know? I still stand by the fact that, like, dude, all of these models are massively cheaper than they should be right now. So Monobrain, here's the thing. Arizona was territory we owned that we should probably use in some way, right? But also, if you're not aware, Phoenix is named Phoenix literally because it rose from the ashes of an existing like city location that pre-existing cultures had. So there was already like irrigation and canals and all sorts of like maybe not canal. I think canal is the right word. But there was irrigation and all sorts of weird shit set up to make a city in the desert work. So Phoenix was built out of that already existing kind of bedrock, you know? Now, granted, yes, in 20 years, will Phoenix still exist? Not sure. Yeah, all the data centers are taking all of that water. 1000%. Yep. Yeah, so like, will humans be able to live there anymore? Probably not. I think that's the toughest part. And like, dude, it's like when people get on your case for running the faucet. Dude, motherfucker. Me running the water faucet is not going to offset all the fucking bullshit that these data centers do. Like, not going to happen. It's like, oh, you know, like there's a gasoline shortage. You little people should just drive less. Meanwhile, if Taylor Swift wants a McDonald's cheeseburger, she'll fly to the airport that has a McDonald's closer rather than going to a McDonald's that she could drive to. Right? It's like, motherfucker, the amount of carbon offset we could possibly do compared to Taylor Swift burning entire dinosaurs for a single day's trip. Like, motherfucker. Like, dude. Motherfucker. Like, it's just insane how much the rich try and foist all of the world's problems on us. No. Look at private jet flight paths. They are burning more fuel than a majority of people and their driving habits every day, right? Like, it's insane. Ooh, recycle that plastic as the plastic manufacturers dump crazy chemicals into the rivers. Yeah. Yeah, at some point, guillotines will be a solid investment. Right? You don't want the guillotine to fail. Right? You want a good, reliable guillotine. All right, anyway. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. I know what you're talking about. The Wank Panzer. That's funny. Yeah. God, there was some good names for it. You mean the Cyberstuck? The Incel Pinto. Ooh, well played. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, Cyberstuck's actually one of the subreddits out there. And it's just like videos of Cybertrucks being really shitty at everything a truck should be able to do. It's actually hilarious. Yeah, the rear wheel ones are falling apart. Yeah, they're garbage. Absolute garbage. And why would you want a rear wheel only truck? That's literally insane. It defeats the purpose of a truck. Yep. All right, so let's look at where we're at. We don't want to get too off the rails. Oh, and that was the decision. Hold on. What should I cook? I have chicken thawing. I was thinking about doing some chicken katsu, which is basically just like, I'd use a little bit of egg, do it like flour, egg, do a dredge, panko breading, oven bake. And then, like, I have a brand new rice cooker that isn't filled with mold. That I could christen tonight. Yeah. I'm thinking I want to do some chicken katsu. Yeah. Okay, so I dislike that song. How'd y'all like the American Analog set? That was good shit, right? That was solid. That was a good song. That was solid. How about this? Let's try a classic rock 90s song. Damn right, Winter Stasis. This song's fucking good. What was your reminder that this song existed? For me, it was Letterkenny, where they had that thing in like, I feel like it was like episode 5 or 6 of season 1, where they talk about this song specifically. Like, I had completely forgotten this song existed. Touches down on Bourbon Street. All right, so yeah. Changes made. Here's the stuff we did. What was the initial prompt we even did? Make sure we validate models and their reasoning. Yeah. Tiny chat. I don't know what tiny chat is. I don't know if I consider this a depressing song, but all right. Melancholy, maybe. It's definitely not infinite sadness. You didn't show me the updated site. You did. Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. You did mention you did a couple React repos, couple Angular, and a bunch of Nux stuff, and you redid your site and moved to Astro. Dude, Astro is the best. Yeah, you haven't showed us. Yeah, Todd, if you want to give us the link, go for it. I do have to pee. Oh, wow. An enter site button. I don't know if I've seen one of those in ages. Are you worried about SEO? Are you at least providing like a good sitemap and some other stuff? So you're not worried about SEO. Do you at least have a good sitemap.xml? Because that's easy to generate with Astro. But if you're not worried about it, whatever. Okay. Ooh, a web ring. Ooh, fancy, dude. No, this is nice, man. I like it. Yeah, it's basically borrowing the entire like UI of like all of these like orchestrator tools, right? Like open code, T3 code, etc. GitKraken's gonna have one too, you know? Hell yeah. But real quick, I do have to pee. I gotta pee so bad. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. All right, so yeah, in our discussion, I think I convinced myself of doing the chicken katsu for dinner tonight. It'll be good. But yeah, no, this is a really nice site, man. Yeah, this is well done. Yeah, exactly, Canal. Yep. No, this is really nice. Well done, dude. Yeah, really nice. You fucking killed it, man. This one? Oh, bottom right. Got it, got it. Oh, okay. My instinct was to drag this a little wider. Like slidable sidebar widths would be kind of fun. Oh, Todd's the man. Todd's fucking good. He is a like an accessibility fucking expert. Age is definitely a thing. Yeah, for sure. Like, I think another way you could do it, Todd, is like you make yourself an agency, right? And then, oh no, we have devs that can solve this for you, right? And then you're just the old guy doing the sales. And then you're also the one doing like the work, but like they don't ever have to meet the person doing the work. Oh, our team can handle that for you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, no, no, no. I get that. Like, you don't want to do the WordPress ever again, but you can do other contracting, you know? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Freelancing and contracting fucking sucks. Yeah, yeah. No, I get that. That is the tough part. Yeah, it fucking sucks. I get you. I totally get it. Here's something I might do, Todd. Like, instead of WordPress bullshit. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, I get that. But you could, with your expertise in accessibility stuff, that could be the thing, but it's more like AI sucks at accessibility. We can help make your other stuff better. Right? Like there could be something like I've seen a bunch of people doing like agency or like, you know, studios for hey, we'll fix your AI bullshit, you know. But yeah, you don't like to do audits. I know. You mentioned that you hated auditing. I know, I get it. I get it. Nah, I totally get it. I'm just saying, like, that's like a last ditch effort if money gets too tight. And you should really think about that, like, maybe 3 months before that point happens. But again, your choice, man. Like, no big deal. Oh, you were just joking that that's what clients say. Clients say. Yeah, 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 yeah. right, let's see if we can get on like a playlist that gives us what we're looking for. Okay, yeah. We got at least like 4 songs I really like on this playlist. Oh, Ween, Bananas and Blow is on this. Sex and Candy by Marcy Playground. All right. I think we're on a finally like good playlist. No, and I get it, man. I totally get it. For sure, Todd. I'm just saying, like, it's your expertise. I just think there's maybe a way to guard your sanity a little better from it. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like in that order, you know? Yeah, for sure. Yep. There is nothing wrong with that assessment, in my opinion. That's tough, Todd. That's tough. I don't typically recommend that many because it's really hard to track, right? Like shit will fall through the cracks. Whereas instead, like just like 5 a week, 10 a week is sustainable. But I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Like I totally get that, man. Right? It's more about it, like it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Is the way I like to think about it. And when I was on unemployment, the fact that they just force you like 3 a week, whether you get them or not, it's just 3 a week. And then over time, like, dude, that's better than I spammed out 50, didn't hear anything. And then I took a month off because I was fucking like burnt out, you know? I will completely agree. Like, when it comes to very, very, like, I don't know if I want to dox too much because I'm not sure if this is privileged information. But GitKraken is sponsoring a video. That's not privileged. Like, it'll be obvious. The person who made the video is a game dev who's building their own framework, and I think they're also making their own game and doing some other bullshit. This dude in the video that we're sponsoring said, and when it comes to front end, all of that stuff is out there on the internet now, right? Like, you know, your JavaScript and your CSS is out there on the web. It's so easy to scrape, and that's why AI is so good at it these days. I wanted to correct him because he sounds like a fucking idiot coming from like a web dev's perspective. Number one, dude, none of that shit is the actual source code. That is minified and compressed and compiled and changed from a thing that a dev would be able to work with. If you're using that as your baseline, you're going to get slop every fucking time. Even if the website looks pretty, the base is shit. But people who don't do web dev will never fucking know that. Yeah, like, I don't know. I wanted to try and save this dude from himself, but that is not the role I am serving. I just want him to do the sponsored segment that calls out the stuff that we care about for our product. I can't save this dude from himself for saying something idiotic about web dev. That's not my place. It has nothing to do with whether I'd approve the sponsor segment or not, you know? No, exactly, Canal. He's a game dev, though. He doesn't know what makes a good website. He doesn't even know what he dislikes about a bad website. He couldn't articulate any of that stuff. It's not his fault. But yes, like in general, I shouldn't be correcting him that way either. It's his channel, it's his choice. I only need to be talking about the part that we care about as a sponsor for a video. I was so tempted to be like, dude, I don't want you to look like an idiot. I'm sorry. You're fucking wrong. Like, my bad. Can't do it. That was the spicy meatball. I was like, oh, there's only a little bit left. And I poured the rest in, and we're going to have to massively water the rest of that down. Ugh. Yeah, absolutely, Todd. Absolutely. Our recruiter has your info. You're local to the area. I'd be surprised if we couldn't get like even a part-time thing worked out, you know? But yeah, I think that's the tough part. I wish I had more say. I would say though, like if you want to pitch some accessibility auditing for GitKraken, it could be a foot in the door for engineering. I don't know if you've ever considered that like doing an audit is like a path towards being part of the team. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I know you don't like the auditing thing. I'm not saying it should be all auditing, but you know. Yeah, no, and I get it. And I'm not saying we're even looking for it, but I'd vouch for you on their behalf like, hey, bare minimum, we could do a quick audit accessibility wise, blah. Like I'm not like do not put any effort into researching or like trying to figure out what we need and what we don't. It like, dude, it's so far out of my hands. It was just a random thought. But could be worth it. I don't know, man. Yeah. I don't know. Yep. But yeah, like I don't want you to put a lot of effort into just a thing that I haven't heard anyone ask for. Like it's so far out of left field. I don't know. I don't know. I think one big way to start framing this is like good accessibility means good agent accessibility. If you don't want to value human beings, just think about the fact that an AI is actually blind as well. Right? And then you could start like really selling people on that part too. Again, I know auditing isn't your goal, but yeah, as far as like making ends meet, I think there are plenty of people that could be convinced like, no, good accessibility is good AI accessibility too. Exactly. Yeah. Got to pay the bills for sure, man. I don't want to make you do or convince you to do anything you don't want to do that would burn you out. But yeah, like, you know, that's all. And we don't need to focus on it. Dude, it's tough. It's tough out there. Exactly, right? Like if you can just get your foot in the door, prove you're fun to work with, prove you're like a good dev that also does more than accessibility, like fuck yeah, dude. a good contract to hire is huge. So how did I come into GitKraken? I was trying to break into DevRel. I don't actually remember. I thought I had found GitKraken through one specific site, but I don't think I did. I don't actually remember how I found GitKraken looking for a DevRel. No clue. And I was actually like in the running against another DevRel friend that we know, also named Chris. It was basically like down to me or Chris Demars. But I was more of a dev. So I think I won out because of that. Yep. Yeah, no, I get it, man. Yeah, no, that shit's important, dude. He told you about that? Yeah, for sure. Like, he and I were both in the running for that same role. So I did not get a referral for this role. Nah. I really have no idea. I don't remember how I got this. It was not a referral. It was just me applying. I don't remember how I found it, though. I must have found it through LinkedIn or something. But yeah, referrals are important because there's so much spam these days, right? Like, dude, someone like AppRight posts like a dev role on LinkedIn, and there's like 10,000 applications immediately, right? And I even know the head DevRel at AppRight. You know, right? Todd, I'm sure you know Tessa, right? She's long time, big time in the industry, right? Yeah, for sure, Todd. Yeah, Tessa's awesome. She's super cool. But yeah. Feel free to chat anytime, Todd. Anytime. Yeah, for sure, man. I may, if I get a little too much of the stuff in me, I might defer to the morning to respond. I think we're good today. I don't plan on doing much more. Like, I'm about to switch to the herbal remedy. Shit, it's 7 o'clock. We could switch to herbal remedy right now. All right, so I like where we got. Let's double check this stuff. There you go. Dude. I discovered that I still can't do like store edibles. I had to eat an entire fucking bag of candies, on 420. Right? Just to get something out of it, And then I was still like drinking the sodas, right? Because they have like weed sodas too. I bought a bunch of those sodas. They were delicious, but it took so much to even get me close to like the bong toke I would take to get to that same point. I found that so strange. Like, it just hits so different. I will say the sodas I had were actually hitting better than the gummies. But maybe I just picked the wrong gummies. I don't know. Bananas and blow. Oh, wrong parts. Sorry. Bananas and blow. Bananas and blow. No, I'm not drunk. I'm just singing a song, man. Take it easy. I do get drunk. If you think this is me drunk, that's funny. Plenty of chat has seen me actually drunk. Nah, man. This isn't even close. This is not even close. It is about that fuck you mentality. Damn right. This is not drunk. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. But again, Cody, let me just point out, if people had asked the same question that you had asked, while drunk or not, they would have gotten the same answer, right? If you had come in here at the start of my stream with the same shit, I would have told you the same thing. It's not a drunk thing. Yeah, just saying. Thank you for the sub, though. I appreciate that. And, Mojo, thank you for that follow an hour ago. My bad. Yeah, like, you can tell by the eyes, like, I don't know. The bong tokes definitely, like, mess up the eyes a bit, because they get, like, the droop a little. But it's more about, like, are they an even droop, or is one drooping more? It is a Friday night, though. Like, come on, man. It is a Friday night, isn't it? Friday night. Yeah. Todd, I do still think that's usually like a combo. It's not just the whiskey, it's the thing I just did too. But yes, I agree. When I've had too much, it becomes pretty obvious. Too much of either, it becomes pretty obvious. I smell sex and candy here. Mm-hmm. I'm doing a bunch of shit, Cody. Like, it's tough. I don't know, man. I'm doing a bunch of shit. The main thing is we're building a benchmark for LLMs and how well they do get things. All right, so yeah, you know, I didn't feel like thinking about what that commit should be, so we're gonna figure that out. Have I tried the issue you told me the other day? I'm not sure I remember what that was specifically. I smell sex and candy here. Mm-hmm. Who's that lounging in my chair? Mm-hmm. All right. Commit composer. Honestly, this is nice, man. If you're doing like commits and shit, where like you want the commits to actually tell a story, yeah, you can use AI for that. Okay, so I try and avoid using stashes in general. Dude, there are a couple things around Git that I consider there be dragons type things. Stash is one of them. I I can barely I can basically never undo bring a stash in without a conflict, and then you have to commit it. I didn't want to commit it. I just wanted to bring the changes back into the working tree. You know? So yeah, stashes, submodules, and there's just a couple more things that I fucking hate using. And I basically never do. I'm currently using submodules for a thing at work. I think it's a mistake. I think it's a huge mistake. All right, so hold on. Something you're asking that I talked about. Sure, that's fine. So if you ask one of the AIs to give you a program to make from scratch, and it tells you get user input on this and that, then use an if, else, if, and lastly print it out. No, what I'm saying is, it's really hard to parse your question. What is this flow? So you're asking AI to give you exercises. That's fine. Don't use AI to generate the answer to the exercises. That's all. The fact that it's even telling you to use an if, else, I don't know, seems weird. But okay. A good exercise only cares about the output, in my opinion. It shouldn't be telling you what structures to use. I'm really curious about your prompting at this point and how you're getting any of this stuff. I don't know. There's something weird there. In general, when given an exercise, all it should care about is input and output. And then if it wants to judge the other stuff, well, yeah, pass that to the LLM back and have it roast you. Sure. But the test and the exercise should only care about the output, because that's programming. Thinking about the way to solve the problem is half of actually solving the problem. And if you keep outsourcing that, you never develop that skill. Okay. Sure. Got it. I get it, Cody. That sounds fun, and that's a fun thing to implement, but the fact that this is prescribing if, else stuff, why? It should just be a function that gives this output. Right? And if they want to know a different version, well, how would you write it a different way? I don't know. Whatever. Keep going, man. That's fine, Cody. Go for it. I thought you were saying you were using AI to complete exercises given to you from elsewhere, like homework or something. I don't know. Or some online learning course. I don't know, man. What you're doing is you're asking AI to provide you like a learning program? Like a series of like learning classes? I don't know how to describe it. It's like a suite of human tests. The AI is doing human testing. I get it. Okay. It's like the most end-to-end testing you can do. Make sure you spell it right though. If you spell it with an O, oh, you're fucked. FBI, open up. Right? Damn, I didn't know Grok had that feature yet. Shit. Plot twist, it's been there all along. All right. Anyway, yeah. Again, Todd, very good site, very good stuff. So, let's double check. Right, we got that. We'll get it up to main. The next thing we want to do. Let me double check something. Hold on. Which directory is this? Where is this open spec file that we're seeing? What? This is crazy. Where is that open spec directory? Hold on. Oh, no. I was looking in the wrong place. Now I see it. All right, there we go. It's a directory. So we did the add reasoning level specification for this, right? So we want to do another spec now. Oh, there's so much. Yeah. You gotta pick up the pace on like some of the structure stuff, right? Like the basics, and then start like building things, and then yeah, no, it goes deep, man, for sure. It goes real deep. All right, so yeah, we added the open spec stuff. We can start another. We were using Pi, I think. All right, so the next thing, I want to track actual cost. It should be done at the fixture level or granularity. Was this song really used in the movie Kids? They're using the video, right? Like, dude, this is definitely a scene from Kids. Dude, this is some classic 90s. Water down the beverage a little more. It'll be pure water here soon. I'm okay with it. That's fine. The key is like, dude, it's such a basic structure. You need to be able to write it without AI at some point, right? In any language, you know? So I don't write that much Python. I'd have to look up a bunch of Python shit for sure. Now, granted, GitBench is written in Python, so I can read the Python, but would I write the Python? No, I don't write Python much. You know? Yeah, it's okay. There's definitely like a need to be able to just like read and understand the intent of code and what it's doing without needing to be able to like write everything from scratch. You should be able to do that in some languages though, or at least like know where to look up the stuff that you forgot. And that should be very quick. If you're doing web stuff, the MDN is going to be massively useful. That's a good point. Yes. Once you know one programming language, most of the structures can be similar, right? Like are mostly similar. There's definitely like, you know, there's a contradiction to every statement when it comes to programming, right? Shit. I don't know. Not every statement, but anyway. In general, a lot of the common structures exist. Some languages will do like functional programming things that are a pain in the ass until you get them. And then some will do other things like heavy Java bullshit where it's like you can't do anything without a class. It's kind of bullshit, you know? Like, ugh. So I don't know. You'll figure out what you like and what you don't like. No matter what, it's about building stuff and being productive. And getting hung up on a single language is, I think, a lot of people's biggest problem as a dev. Your ability to like learn something new is actually what makes you valuable, not your expertise in one finite, very specific thing. Though you should go deep on various things, right? So what that comes down to is basically like there's the idea of a T-shaped developer. So if you think about a graph of like, well, here's a bunch of like, you know, skills on the x-axis, right? And then your depth into those skills is like your amount of knowledge, right? On the y-axis. A lot of devs end up being this like surface level on a bunch of things, or maybe a little deeper, right? And then they have one thing they really like drill down on. And at some point, you don't need to go nearly as deep on that T, and instead you should be more of like a pitchfork shaped developer or something, right? If you think about like the shape the X and the Y axis makes of digging into one thing, right? Used to be the M-shaped developer. Now it's, man, you gotta like dig maybe just a little deeper into a bunch of shit. And then you'll find some other things that maybe go deeper. And it's like just a bad pitchfork at that point, but still. Pitchfork developer. Right? Be a pitchfork based developer. Yeah. It's a tongue twister, right? Now, come on, take it easy. So yeah, when you propose an idea, it'll actually come up with the description if you just give it a string. So I didn't need to like try and name it. Perfect. This is way better. Okay. Yeah, I'd say they got it. I don't think it's really that complicated. All right, so yeah, we got GitBench churning on adding the pricing fields. I think there's a bunch of stuff we want to do still. To make, like, dude, some of our tests seem like too easy. Like, I get that some of the stuff we're doing is actually just that easy. Do we have that running right now? Yeah, right. So we haven't re-rendered in a while. We should definitely do that here soon. I'm gonna do just like a run of like the cheap models. You know, I'm not made of money. But yeah, if we do it with just like, I don't know, a few of the cheap models just to like get the graphs showing and some of that stuff, that would be nice. I do think I want to refactor the API key config. I don't know how I'd do that properly. The config file would have the environment variable name, and then you could define the environment variables as you see fit. And that's the way that would work. I think that's how we had it before, too. So that would be good. And then from there, I could start using Doppler. And then I don't have that stuff locally. I don't have to worry about like defining things or leaking, really. Like, dude, Doppler is a solid tool. Anyone here use Doppler? I know there's also like HashiCorp Vault, right? Or HashiCorp Vault. I don't know how. Like, I think it's. Do you pronounce the P at the end of HashiCorp? I think you do, right? It's like the Hashimoto Corporation, right? And like, if you're doing like Marine Core, it has like the S, right? So it's got to be HashiCorp. It's got to be a hard B, right? I don't know. Just now thinking about that. Yeah. Anyway. What I want to do is get a much more like browsable website of this. And this would be like an entire, I don't know, could we actually try Grill Me for that? Like, hey, grill me about what I want here. Well, I want a better like browsable UI that does stuff, you know? I don't know. We could figure that out. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really bad at design. We need an explanation of every single test and fixture, and that should be part of the content, right? Like explaining what each test does and why it's a valuable test. And that should be browsable. That should be like totally like user clickable or something, right? Yeah, let's think about this. That's for cuneiform. That's a separate thing. Do we have a notes file in GitBench about this? We don't. Right, results, UI, redesign. Need, description. And goal of each fixture. Why is this fixture important? Results should be more browsable. E.g., clicking a single element in the graph shows a page or portion of the existing page. Right? That right, navigates. Okay, so yeah, no, I don't feel like hearing any of that right now. No, thank you. I don't know if I still want to hear this much 90s stuff. I don't want to listen to like the parcels. No, we got good music. No, that was some good stuff. Sorry. No, they were good. I couldn't do any more of that 90s stuff. Let's mix it up, you know? I'm not a fan of. I mean, it's a good song, but it's a very like I don't know. There's so much other stuff I'd rather listen to most of the time than 311 Down. Sorry, my bad. I can't stand the guys like raps. They're so bad. They're so fucking bad. Dude. Congratulations! Like, dude, it's so bad, dude. Like, I can't stand it. Like, it's so bad. Yeah, he's 40 years old and he still sounds the same. Have you seen the Tiny Desk concert? Like, it's so bad, dude. It's so bad. Congratulations! Like, I fucking hate it. Like, I'm sorry. The rest is good. The rest of the song's good, man. I can only put up with that guy's part at certain moments. That's really what it comes down to. The other guy, like, no, that's fine. That's 90s. That's okay. Like, whatever. Like, yeah, they're just like the gritty, like barely singing voice. Like, I get it. No, that's fine. Yeah, I could put up with it. I lived through the 90s. I've had a long day and I just hate the fucking rapper from 311. Like, like this is a big Lebowski moment, right? Just saying. Well, hey, take it easy. Take it easy on that one. Like, I got the donut hoodie on, don't I? Take it easy. Take it easy. All right, so continuing along. It did every single thing. Really? Wow, that was fast, actually. Dude, we barely had time to bullshit. Come on, model. We got time. We're not going anywhere. I know the lobster costume. Exactly. No, it's fine. That's actually cool. Take it easy. Come on. Again, take it easy. Like, I don't know. I'm just having fun. Yeah. So looking at what we did. So pricing key support in Resolve profile. I'm not even sure what this part means. We're gonna have to look at the code, maybe. Exactly, Radrian. I might have ruined that song for you. I might have ruined that entire song for you. Congratulations! Like, it's so good. He says it in the song. Like, that's a lyric. Like, it's so bullshitty. But here's the thing, it was a little less bullshitty in like 1992 that they made it or some shit like that. I remember seeing it on Liquid Television, maybe 1994, right? So, dude, they were early. Like, you can't blame them. Dude, you can't blame them. A lot of rap actually sounded that shitty at the time anyway, right? Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're just coming back full circle again. We'll get to the smart rap phase again. Dude, stuff like Quantum Project and like Blackalicious and like all of that shit. We'll come back around as and like, dude, it'll be amazing, right? Yeah, some of the good 90s stuff, right? So basically like some of the later 80s, early 90s stuff was really solid. And then there was a rebellion against it with like stupider rap, like fucking Puff Daddy bullshit, right? And then I'm trying to think of like the worst rappers. Like Puff Daddy wasn't even the worst. You know, Mace, ugh, fucking Mace, like any of that shit, right? And then the smart rap shit came, right? Fucking, you know, Talib Kweli, Blacklicious, Gift of Gab is like the artist name. Blacklicious was a group. Like I don't know, some of that like smart rap of like you know, Aesop Rock. Yeah, you know, early 2000s. And then like the whole like just rap being shitty again is a rebellion. Like it's just a cycle. We'll get smart rap again for sure. It'll happen. We'll get smart rap again. Don't worry. No, it's whatever gets popular. The labels do whatever makes them money. If some indie artist comes out and fucking kills it, like, yep, there you go. The labels jump on it. That's actually how that works. Bum thugs and homeless. Can anybody spare some change? Like, dude, that is my favorite. I think it might be my absolute favorite Key and Peele bit. Like, dude, it's so good. It's so good. I cried when I saw it the first time. Like, I might cry again thinking about it. Bum thugs and homeless. Can anybody spare some change? Can anybody spare some change? That's the line. I keep messing it up. It's just too good though. Like, dude, I love that shit. Oh, Key and Pill, they cooked. I hate even using that word, but they fucking killed it. There we go. There's the millennial slang I was looking for. Oh man, dude. Kendrick's close. I don't know. Like, what do I mean by smart rap? Hold on. Have you not heard Gift of Gab's Alphabet Aerobics? He's old. He's fucking up the flow. Smart rap. It's hip hop, technically, but I've heard some people call it smart rap. Right, dude, super fucking good. That was like a live version. It was not the one that was actually on beat. He was actually blowing it. He's like 50 years old. So come on, give him a break. Like in that clip, this was... Oh, that wasn't that long. Shit. It was 2016. Yeah, okay. Damn. Dude fucked up. Anyway, still, pretty sick, right? Here's one more by the same dude. Let's do the record version, right? Chemical Calisthenics. Are we just gonna do like a proper smart rap hip hop phase? Let's do that music wise. Let's do it. All right, so yeah, we're doing the... We're doing like the architecture review. And this was via the Matt Pocock like architecture design skill. It's quite good. Yep. Yeah, later, Todd. Have a good one. All right, so I just cleared auto research. Now I'm asking, what is next for the art stuff? You know? Dude, I bet my chickens... Oh, man. Katsu sounds fantastic. I kind of want to do fancy rice, though. Anyone here do, like, rice cooking stuff? What do you put in the rice cooker to flavor the rice? I'm thinking about doing at least a bay leaf. But I also got fennel, like fennel seeds. Maybe both. I think I've heard people do like cumin and coriander as well if they're doing like Indian food. It gives that like nutty taste. I think if I was doing katsu, I'd want to do at least like, I don't know, maybe just like standard rice. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe chicken broth instead of water. I've seen that as an option. What do y'all think? Do you prefer like just plain rice when you do chicken katsu? Or do you do fancy rice? I'm gonna save the other mezcal, but I do want to have. I'm gonna call this as like the last beverage, but I do feel like having one more. Water management? Dude, I have a rice cooker. It's way better than microwave rice, too. Like, you can use, like, the good rice, not just some random fucking bullshit rice. And it's a rice cooker. You just fill it to the level with, like one knuckle above. You know, like it's really fucking simple, dude. Like the amount of rice in a rice cooker, it's easy. They do the math for you. It's chill, dude. But yeah, I think we're on a hip hop kick at the moment. I'm okay with it. The rice cooker solves that too. I know a rice cooker's expensive though. You can get a Costco one for like $80. I just sprung for like a longer term one. I just got to make sure I don't let it mold like I let the other one do. You know. But yeah, no, you just press the button and it'll even then like keep it at the right temperature warm for like hours for you. Like, dude, a rice cooker is an essential tool in a lot of cultures. Because you're not managing it in some fucking pot and like hoping you don't boil it over and hoping you don't overcook it and hoping you don't forget about it. No, you have the rice cooker, you put the shit in, the amount of water you need, press a button, and you come back a couple hours later to perfectly fluffy rice still, because it's still like kept at a good like warm temp. Maybe not a couple hours, maybe an hour. Any time between a half hour and an hour. You typically add some kind of like broth powder. Yeah, I do have like actual broth that I would pour in it probably. No, I get it, Monobrain. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm not trying to like. I'm just saying you can buy frozen chicken. Like there's even like some places you can get cheap chicken, like food boxes here in the US. I don't know if they have anything where you're at, Monobrain. But I get it. I get it. Technically, you could do like eggs in there, right? And give yourself just like a nice, like good, slow cooked fried rice. Why not, man? If you're lazy, it's not going to be the same as like a proper fried rice, because proper fried rice, you cook regular rice and then like keep it cold for a day and then you fried rice with it. But you could do a lazy person's like egg and rice. You know, there's a lot of value to a rice cooker. I do want to say that, like, but they are expensive. So I get that. I understand. The key is like, do you eat at home a lot? Do you want to improve the level of your home cooking massively? A rice cooker is one of the biggest investments you can do. About just like the effort you have to put in, you know? You're not watching the water boil and making sure you don't overcook. You're not making sure you got that like slider on your fucking like stovetop just right so you don't burn it, you know? These things are fucking digital. The good ones, you know? So it's just like, you know, at some point, if you cook enough at home, the value that brings you is pretty solid. You air fry rice? How does that work? Or do you just not cook rice? Is that really what you're saying? You just don't cook rice. And that's fine. Like, I'm just saying, like, well, maybe you're not the person we're talking to. I don't know, man. Whatever. Let's keep going. Shit. Oh, that's right. You said you microwave the rice. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the microplastics that you're inevitably getting from microwaved rice. Well, hold on. Do you just empty it out of the packet into water and it just becomes good? I don't know. I get it, Strata. Yeah. I love cooking. I used to work at the Cascade Dining Room at Mount Hood, and it's like a fancy restaurant. They do like breakfast service, lunch service, dinner service, and there's like gaps between. Like Richard Gere ate there while I was working as a dishwasher. But before I was a dishwasher, I was in the pantry, and I did some like really cool like amuses and made some of their stuff. And then before a dishwasher after that, I was like a prep cook for banquets and a bunch of other shit. Like it was super fun. So I got to learn a bunch just cooking wise. I never worked on like the line. I think pantry is like a separate thing, you know, like you do the amuse, you do the salads, you do the bullshit, right? There were a few things that would have like heating on just a little fucking mini oven, you know? So yeah, when I was pantry, like I wasn't doing any like the fancy cooking. But I do like to cook, you know? Come cook some demons then. Oh, you're playing right now? Dude. I will play at some point tonight. It's probably a good idea. I'd have to cook food first. So that'd be at least an hour. And then you're basically wrapping up, right? So, I don't know. I might have missed it. But you gaming Sunday? Anytime on Sunday? I can set time aside. Like, Sunday is wide open for me. I can game at any time of day. I'm not streaming on Sunday except like the gaming stream, you know? The co-working stream. Wait, Sunday's Mother's Day? Oh. Touche. All right. Never mind. You got a full day planned. Never mind. All right. Probably not even gaming that night. All right. Damn, that's a bummer. All right. Maybe a little tomorrow morning? Unless you're going in like an hour still. I doubt it though. Yeah. Like, nah. My bad. I could have ended a couple hours ago. I just figured I'd throw it out there. All right. We'll see if I can get to a good stopping point here. Go get the chicken cooking. In fact, if I'm doing katsu in the oven, I could be gaming and then go grab the chicken kind of thing. So yeah, I don't need to be there the whole time it's cooking. It's not a bad idea. All right. How to get the rice cooker going first. I think that's the big one. All right, we'll see. Let's figure out where we leave off with this stuff. Because we always got tomorrow, right? We got more we can do. All right, so this one we can leave in that state. How about GitBench? All right, so Ty Sweezy, you still out there though? Like, have any of these other songs been what you would define as smart rap? I know it's kind of hip hop too, but I think it's smart rap too. Hip hop's just smart rap most of the time anyway. But no, this is closer to hip hop, so if you define those things separate that way, I get it. There's definitely some like later stuff than this that like I think hits like the smart rap more so than like this like straight up hip hop. Maybe Aesop Rock. Are they closer to like rap in some of the stuff they do? I know they're still like mainly hip hop, right? What about Bus Driver? I know nothing about Bus Driver. Aesop's the shit. Yeah, fuck yeah. Dude, I can put on some Aesop Rock right now. Yeah. But have you guys listened to Bus Driver before? And thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But yeah, like if you know what I'm talking about, there's this like vocabulary in hip hop or in rap. I think it's rap. Pudding.cool. These guys are amazing. You love, but I've never heard any Bus Drivers, so I don't know. Like, what should I check out? But like looking at this list, yeah, there's Aesop Rock, the greatest vocabulary in all of rap or hip hop or whatever. Like hip hop is a subcategory of rap if we really want to like get down to brass tacks, right? Aesop is the one with the song about his cat. Yes, that's like late stage Aesop Rock. Early Aesop Rock is fucking amazing, dude. All right. Sandwich. Is it just Sandwich or Sandwich LOL? And that's a Bus Driver song? And then Imaginary Places, is that also Bus Driver? But yeah, if you have not seen this article, right? This is from pudding.cool. I remember chatting with someone at like Render ATL a couple years ago who like they were like, yes, they love data. And I was like, oh, like pudding.cool, and they didn't know about this. Dude, this shit's amazing. Their level of like data analysis, like randomness, and like the random things they check out. They do way more than just articles like this. Like they are purely like, let's look at some data and let's make some cool visualizations out of it. The shit's amazing. So Imaginary Places, Reality Sandwich, and Imaginary Places are the best Bus Driver songs. All right, so we'll check those out in a sec. But real quick, I think some people might not know Aesop Rock. We're gonna do Aesop Rock videos. Yes, we're gonna pop out Kirby because that's the one about his cat. That one's fantastic. He's got another one, about an otter. It's super good. Dude, like, the fact that even his new shit is really fucking good is kind of crazy, too. But what's, like, the old, like, best one? Daylight is a good one. Hold on. Anyone who's an Aesop Rock fan, what's your, like, favorite all-time old school Aesop Rock? Like, I'm, like, picturing the music video, like, 2D graphics, like, moving always to the right, like a weird animation thing, like, in the city and some shit. Forrest Crunk, that's just fucking the DJ, so that one doesn't count. There's no lyrics over Forrest Crunk. That shit's amazing, though. We're gonna have to listen to that tomorrow. Am I just thinking of Daylight? No, there's another one, man. None Shall Pass? Oh, None Shall Pass is the one I was thinking of. All right. None Shall Pass is absolutely the one I was thinking of. All right. So we're going to do older Aesop. And then we'll do the newer. If we get to it. I do want a game with James, you know? Dude. Right? Like, this is just good. I do need to check out Bus Driver, though. So, hold on. Before I forget, I'm just going to copy and paste it. Let me grab that. There you go. Thank you. Aesop Rock's your favorite? He's good. He's really fucking good. There's a lot of good stuff from this era, though, you know? I never would have found out about any of it without snowboarding videos, though. All right, hold on. Wait, what was the why is that? Sorry. It's like I'm smoking weed. It's like I'm drinking whiskey or something. No, it's actually tequila. But wait, what was the why is that? Sorry, I missed the context. I was spacing. I started thinking about something. Oh. Because snowboard and skate videos were my introduction to a lot of shit. Like, dude, Aesop Rock never played on any, like, MTV. Never played on anything here on the radio, here in Seattle. You know? Yeah, snowboard videos and skate videos were a way to discover music. Absolutely. Tony Hawk Underground. Oh, see, so hold on, snap. I discovered Aesop Rock in like 1999 or 2000 or some shit. Right? This is way before Underground. As far as I remember. I don't remember what year Underground came out, actually. I don't know. He has a flow like Big Boy from Outkast, but Big Boy does more of like a manly voice, like shit. Like I don't know how, like he's definitely trying to like do that tone, Meanwhile, like Aesop Rock doesn't give a fuck. But they do have a flow that is similar, right? If that makes sense. So yeah, if you're just talking about the flow, yep, I get it. Hold on. No. Let's go back to some hip hop. No, that was good. Let's do None Shall Pass next. As far as like old school Aesop Rock. I know nothing about modern rapper hip hop. I just think we're probably like in the middle of that pendulum swing, and no one who's actually this good would be like known at this point, right? So here you go. Ty Sweezy, if you're still out there, I would say Aesop Rock is closer to smart rap than like the hip hoppy stuff we were hearing before this, right? Right. This is closer to hip hop, or sorry, closer to rap than any of the other like hip hop we were listening to, right? Even though hip hop's I think a subsection of rap, there are some people that really do not consider hip hop the same shit. They just misunderstand how taxonomies work. Anyway, back to it. God, dude, he's so good. I do think I still prefer Blackalicious for some of their shit. Songs that we don't have time to play right now. But I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Did he pass away? I didn't know he passed away. When did he pass away? We did just listen to like his 2016 like Alphabet Aerobics, and dude was lagging. He couldn't keep the fucking tempo. I feel like it wasn't that recent even, right? Like it was a while back. It was like 2018 or something, wasn't it? 2021? Okay. All right. Oh shit. Did COVID get him? Dude, did COVID get him? He was at that age. Kidney failure? Oh. I mean, COVID did drive some of that shit, but no, I get it. Yeah, no, that's a thing too. He kind of always had like on and off health issues. I never knew about that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I never knew. I mean, kidney issues run in my family, so yeah, I got to be careful. Which is why this is probably not the best idea. Krizat WK, like, is that like supposed to be like a reference to the Krizat's House of Watch or whatever, right? Or are you just Chris at WQ? Where is WQ? I don't know. How you doing there? Whatever your name is. Thank you for the follow as well. Snaps, yes. We got 2 more songs we want to hear. We're gonna do Rings first, and we'll end on Kirby and the other light song. This one's like sad and interesting. Used to paint. A lot of y'all didn't know I used to paint. I didn't used to paint. I can't paint for shit. I still kind of want to paint though. But yeah, that's a separate thing. This song's heavy. This is part of like Aesop Rock's new stuff, by the way. If you want a good introduction to new Aesop Rock, he does this like micro, like not even claymation, but just like some kind of like micro animation thing of the entire Impossible Kid album. But it's basically set to The Shining, but like micro figurines, and it's really fucking cool. And this song's part of it. Cuneiform. Yeah. Cuneiform. Yeah, no worries, Bob. Yeah. Dude, they are a really solid band. I think you'll enjoy it. I think too much of their stuff is like too close to other stuff for me. But yeah, man, happy to recommend stuff. I'm glad you enjoy it. That one song, Bones of You, that's my favorite song by them. Oh, man. That song, like, speaks to a major part of my entire soul at this point. Like, dude, it's crazy. Whatever. Dude, yeah, rap just doesn't do this these days. This shit's good, man. Like, there's a bunch of fucking, like, threads that you can bob your head to this song, you know? You can go to the hard one. All right, like you could do the high tempo, you could do the low tempo, you could do the mid tempo. Like, dude, oh my god, like the best is this flow, right? Even when he was going fast, I will say the slow flow is actually the vibe of the whole song. When he was going fast, nah, that was just him doing fills. But yeah, Bob, honestly, I'm happy to, like, I don't know, share a bunch of other shit. Like, I don't know, man. I got eclectic music taste, which means I got all sorts of shit to share. So here we go. We're going to do Kirby, because this one's fun. And then we're going to do actually the Otter song, which is even lighter and chiller than this, which is nice. All right, and this is the absolute last one of these. It's fucking Friday, dude. Oh, Bob. Oh, man. I got more UK bands to recommend. Shit. I ain't no slouch. I don't know. Like, you heard me playing some fucking Django. Are you not a fan? I'd look out for them for sure. I bet they're really good. I haven't seen them before. I had to miss the one concert they had like 10 years ago that I remember like missing because I had like deliverables. Yeah, that's a regret. That was a regret. Like, dude. No, I am not questioning seeing a foreign band locally because of deliverables ever fucking again. Like, hell no, dude. Shit. Maybe get a kitten. Fucking deliverables, man. All right, so I think this is a good place to leave off for this exact tool as well. What I just want to do is like have a good leaving off point for all of these. And I think we do now. And I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah. All right, so. Yeah. Even if James has to go, I should still probably wrap up. I do have to kick off the food. That part's easy. But yeah. Let's go raid someone so I can do that over on gaming and wrap up at a reasonable hour and maybe like, I don't know, start even earlier tomorrow so we can have like a long stream to like do even more of this shit because I really shit. This is fun. No, I think we had a good day today. Yeah, right? And again, Canal, right? It doesn't always go off the rails. This is like the third or fourth time you've been here. The odds are forever in my favor. Yeah. I don't know what is that a quote from, by the way? I never actually watched Hunger Games. That was like a quote from Hunger Games, though, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. The odds are forever in your favor. Like, I never saw it. I had no idea. I had no clue. Never watched it. I'm good. No thanks. But anyway, yeah, thank you for hanging out, Bob. I will be live here tomorrow on this stream Maybe even like towards noonish or so, depending on when I wake up tomorrow. I do want to like maybe try and go hit the driving range in the morning. We'll see. But I think I could start here around noonish, and then we can get more work done before I have like gaming later with Robotic Head and Brainless for some V Rising, which James you can join as well if you want. Just throwing it out there, like no stress. Wormbane's welcome too, anytime. Like, dude, we can level like V Rising's so easy to like level people up. It's just a gear thing, and boom, you're caught up. Like, it's really fucking cool. I think that was actually really smart. Like being able to like bring people in who haven't put in hours of grinding. No, you're at our level. Here's a bunch of gear. Let's fucking adventure, dude. I think V Rising nailed it with that. I think that is a really cool user experience thing. Anyway, who do we go raid? I see people streaming. We see Danny Stem doing a mechanical soccer bot. And hold on, she's wearing a... She's wearing a jersey. I don't know what the jersey is. It's got to be a basketball jersey, right? Yeah, I don't know what that one is. Yeah, not sure. We do see Evil's Presley doing some Elden Ring, as usual. Sure. How about dev stuff? Jitspo, Stien Hoyland, Evan J. Stern just doing like, you know, just chatting, but like New York Times game stuff, like Wordle shit. I mean, Evan J. Stern's just the man. We see DJ Duckman. He doesn't have a camera, though. You know what? I haven't said hi to Evan in ages. I want to say hi to Evan. Sorry. I am using this raid for my own personal biases. Whatever. Deal with it. That's just me, man. My bad. Sorry for being selfish about the raid, but Evan J. Stern's awesome. Have you ever seen Letterkenny? Yeah, he's in it. And he's so fucking cool. I've actually met this dude in person. And he was just like enthusiastically fucking awesome. You know, like, dude, it's actually amazing, man. Yeah, he's a good dude. It's really cool. I'm actually like, yeah, I feel really privileged that I got to meet such a chill fucking like Hollywood goddamn actor, you know? Like, dude, he's cool. Anyway, so we're gonna go right into Evan J. Stern. He played shit, I'm forgetting the character's name on Letterkenny. He was one of the fucking skids. Roldy? Was that his name? Was he Roldy? But he was great. Like, he's a good dude. If you haven't watched Letterkenny, watch it. You'll recognize this dude. You'll know he was acting his balls off because he's actually way chiller than the character he played. But I think you'll enjoy it. So, I'll bid farewell to the YouTube. Thank you. Appreciate you. Later. Have a good night.